That's fine. But that lawyer's not going to be late, right? Are they? That's fine. Okay, that's great. Yeah, I
Hi, Ms. Meese.
Good morning.
Oh, hi, good morning. This is Niella with the BCUC. I just wanted to test your audio just really quickly before we start.
Okay.
Hey, do you mind saying a few more things just so we can test your volume?
I can hear you clearly.
Okay.
Can see everybody. So everything works.
Yeah, your volume sounds fine. And then did you want to test your video camera just to make sure it's working?
Okay.
Oh, great. Fantastic. And just a quick question. Are you going to be using a headset at all this morning?
Yes, I'm having one.
Oh, you do? Okay, great. Yeah, okay, and you sound fine. I don't hear a delay or anything. Do you hear any delay on your end?
No, everything is good.
Okay, great. And I just want to quickly test your mute function just to make sure that your Bluetooth hasn't reversed the function. If you can mute yourself and then speak and then come back. Okay, that's great.
Good.
Yeah, okay, that's perfect. Okay, that's wonderful. And just a reminder that the chat room is just for technical issues. So if you're seeing any technical issues on your end, you can pop a message into the chat, and we'll do the same if we start to see something on your end. Other than that, if you can't see anything on chat, I'll email you. And if you do have a question, this is actually for any of the virtual participants. If you do have a question during the presentation, if you could raise your virtual hand. We do have a representative who is looking out for those virtual hands. And if you could just wait to be acknowledged and then ask your question, that'll be great. Great, thank you, Ms. Meese.
Okay, thank you.
team, the consultant's not going to be here till half an hour after we start, but the lawyers are here in person, so they'll be popping on the screen. Legal counsel's here in person, and his consultants won't be here for half an hour later, so they all here virtually, so you see them pop up because they're late. We're not going to wait.
Looks so serious.
I know. Yeah, it says that.
This is a good room.
I like it better than BBC space.
Yeah, me too.
God, that was scrappy. Okay. Not this yet. Did Leon do the safety thing?
I came in halfway through what she was saying, so I don't know.
Stephanie? Is Leon doing the safety thing?
Should say
Otherwise we'll get started.
Run some really quick housekeeping items for the venue. Is just as you obviously noticed when you entered, we have two entranceways into this room, one here in the back, one here just beside the desk. So you can use either one. The washrooms, women's washrooms are located if you go around, it actually goes out of this rear door. It will take you around the little curve, and you do end up out over here. The women's washroom is just across, and the men, if you go out this door or around the hallway, you're gonna make a left. And then speaking of that, I mentioned that for one of the emergency exits is located there, so should anything happen, we're gonna make a beeline there. But if you're closer to the rear doors, there is also an emergency exit just outside of these doors. You can see the exit sign as well. And yeah, that's it. I think we're gonna be ready to begin.
Okay. Thank you, Niela. Good morning and welcome, everyone. The workshop this morning is for the FortisBC Energy Inc. FEI Annual Review for 2024 Delivery Rates Proceeding. My name is Anna Fung, and I'm the Deputy Chair of the BC Utilities Commission and the Chair of the panel assigned to hear this matter. With me today are my fellow panel members, Commissioners Tom Losky and Lisa Brown. The purpose of the workshop today is for FEI to walk all of us through the key elements of its annual review application and provide participants with the opportunity to ask questions. FEI filed the proposed workshop agenda as Exhibit B-12 on October 5th, 2023. There are several parties participating virtually on Microsoft Teams. I would ask that virtual attendees please keep your microphones muted until you're called upon to speak and appear via Microsoft Teams video. I'd also like to remind the virtual attendees that if they experience any internet connection issues during the workshop, please phone into the workshop. The call-in instructions were included in the email invitation you received last week. In a worst-case scenario, if we lose any parties, I will temporarily adjourn the workshop and try to regroup and figure out where to go from here. I would like to remind everyone that this workshop is being transcribed and being webcast to the public. Please note that no recordings or rebroadcasts of this workshop will be permitted beyond that maintained by the BCUC. A transcript of the workshop will be posted to the BCUC website once it is available. To assist with the transcription, please remember to state your name and whom you represent before you speak. And please spell your name for the record the first time you state your name. Jim Cody, BCUC's External Legal Counsel, will be acting as the hearing officer for this workshop. If there's a need to file any exhibits during this workshop, I would ask that they be handed to Mr. Cody, who will mark the exhibits accordingly. Any such exhibits should then be filed with the Commission Secretary after the workshop at the end of the day, in accordance with Part 3 of the BCUC's Rules of Practice and Procedure. I would also like to point out that Rule 15 of the BCUC's Rules of Practice and Procedure, which relates to transcripts, is now in force. It outlines the process in the case of a potential transcription error or correction of statements made during the workshop. If anyone has any suggestions for corrections to the transcript, please follow the requirements of Rule 15. If you have any questions during the workshop and you're participating virtually, please raise your virtual hand or speak up, and I will ask FEI to assist us to try and maintain a speaker's order. For in-person participants who have questions, please come up to the podium at the front of the room to pose your questions at the microphone so that the court reporter can accurately transcribe the questions for the record. And finally, with respect to breaks, we will try to take a mid-morning break at a natural point this morning, and I would ask that FEI let us know when that might be. Following FEI's presentation and the question and answer period, I will provide FEI with an opportunity to make any closing remarks should it wish to do so. I remind everyone that we're trying to finish this workshop by 12:30 p.m. today because we have another workshop that begins at 1:30 this afternoon. Now, I will call on Tanya Lai, BCUC Project Manager on this proceeding, to introduce the BCUC staff who've joined us at this workshop. Ms. Lai?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Tanya Lai, last name spelled L-A-I, and I am the project manager for this proceeding. With me today are my colleagues, Stephanie Chapman, last name spelled C-H-A-P-M-A-N. She's the lead staff on this proceeding. And David Gross, last name spelled G-R-O-H-S. And Gurpreet Samra, last name spelled S-A-M-R-A. They are the regulatory support staff on this proceeding. And finally, I'd like to introduce Niela Melanio, last name spelled M-E-L-A-N-I-O, and she is our hearing administrator today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lai. I will now ask Mr. Cody to handle the order appearances, starting with the applicant FEI, followed by the interveners in attendance at this workshop.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, everyone. First on the order of appearances is FortisBC Energy, Inc. The applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Cody. Good morning, panel members and participants. My name is Janice Jolly, last name spelled J-O-L-Y, and I am a Regulatory Governance Coordinator for FortisBC. I would like to acknowledge that we are all joining from traditional unceded territories around the province of BC and Canada. For those of us attending here in person this morning, I want to acknowledge the traditional unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. I'll now introduce our key FortisBC participants, some of which are also presenters for today. Doug Slater, S-L-A-T-E-R, Vice President, Indigenous Relations and Regulatory Affairs. Sarah Walsh, W-A-L-S-H, Director of Regulatory Affairs. Anthony Ho, H-O, Manager, Rates and Revenue. John Quinn, Q-U-I-N-N. Senior Manager, Renewable Gas Supply. Michael Leyland, Leyland, Manager, Innovative Initiatives. James Wong, Wong, Director of Budgeting and Strategic Initiatives. And Brooklyn Malagaspe, Maligaspe, Manager, Customer Experience and Business Performance. We also have other FEI participants in the room that will introduce themselves for the record if they need to speak up to respond to questions. Participants are welcome to ask questions during our presentations or wait until the question period at the end. As mentioned earlier, for those participating virtually, feel free to raise your virtual hand and I will do my best to manage a speaker's order for questions during the presentations. Parties are requested to ask their questions directly to facilitate the transcript, as the meeting chat is reserved for technical audio or video issues. We plan to take a morning break at approximately 10:30 a.m., and depending on timing and the number of questions, the panel may decide if additional breaks are required. That concludes FortisBC's introductions. I'll pass it back to Mr. Cody for intervener appearances.
Order of appearances is Commercial Energy Consumers Association of BC.
Good morning, panel. Chris Weafer, spelled W-E-A-F-E-R, appearing for the Commercial Energy Consumers. We have a number of people observing the proceeding as well, so I'll list those. Patrick Weafer is beside me, he's co-counsel, also W-E-A-F-E-R. Edlira Joshi, last name spelled G-J-O-S-H-E. He's in the room in attendance and observing. And online is David Craig, C-R-A-I-G, and I believe Janet Rhodes, R-H-O-D-E-S. Now that said, with our cast of characters from the CEC, given the timing this morning and the fairly extensive record in response to CECIRs, we do not intend to be active in cross-examination subject to matters arising from the panel's direct testimony or responses to any other inquiries that occur before we may appear, but we're fairly satisfied with the record to move to final submissions, but we'll observe today and look forward to hearing the evidence given by the panel. And I would just like to acknowledge Fortis's efforts in responding to the information requests and elucidating CEC on the application for this year of the multi-year rate plan. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weaver.
Next on the order of appearances is Air Products.
Good morning, panel. It's Matthew Keene, last name spelled K-E-E-N, appearing for Air Products. With me virtually soon, but not yet, is Miles Heller, last name spelled H-E-L-L-E-R. He had an issue that required him to be away from the virtual proceeding, but he'll be signing on shortly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keene.
Next is the Movement of United Professionals.
Yes, here we go. There we are. Jim Quayle, appearing on behalf of Movement of United Professionals. I'm getting a funny feedback here. I've got April Young and Paul Boykin, who are both representatives employed by the union who are also in attendance. And I'm hearing myself back about 5 seconds later, and it's very confusing. I'll mute myself.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Quayle.
Next on the order of appearances is Residential Consumer Intervenor Association.
Thank you, Mr. Cody, and good morning, panel. I also can hear myself coming back, but I will power on without letting that stop me. I'm here representing the Residential Consumer Intervenor Association today. Also with us for RCIA is Mr. Brady Ryle of Ryle Engineering.
May I ask who you are, sir? I don't think you identified
Oh,
yourself.
I'm sorry. Did I not say my own name?
No.
Excuse me. I guess the feedback was kind of distracting me. My name is Samuel Mason, Mason,
Thank
and
you.
Mr. Ryall's name is spelled Ryall.
Thank you, Mr. Mason.
Apologies. Thank you.
Next is the BC Sustainable Energy Association.
I don't think, is anybody here from the association?
Hello. Tom Hackney, Hackney. I expect that Bill Andrews, Andrews, will be joining us shortly. And that's all we have now.
And last on the order is the BC Old Age Pensioners Organization, Natal.
Good morning, panel. My name is Irina Mis, last name M-I-S, appearing on behalf of BC Old Age Pensioners Organization for All, known as BCOAPO, and with me virtually my co-counsel, Leah Worth, WORTH. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miz. All right, and thank you, Mr. Cody, for attending to the appearances. And we'll now pass it over to FEI, I believe Ms. Walsh, to begin the presentation today.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. As has already been said, my name is Sarah Walsh, and I am the Director of Regulatory Affairs at FortisBC. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your opening remarks, and welcome to everyone. Clicker's working, so GCOC Stage 1 decision and the evidentiary update, which we filed on October 10th. We'll then walk you through the revenue requirement and rates for 2024, followed by presentations on our renewable gas development initiatives, in particular hydrogen, and a presentation on the Clean Growth Innovation Fund. We'll then present on our service quality indicators. And for questions that are not related to one of the 5 topic areas, we'll have an open question period at the end where I'll direct questions to the appropriate person. And with that, I'll get started. Okay, so the approvals sought in this annual review were detailed in section 1.2 of the application and are summarized on this slide. The bolded items are new or revised requests and are primarily the result of the GCOC Stage 1 decision, which was issued on December 5th. As I'll discuss further in my presentation, we're requesting a permanent 2024 delivery rate increase of 8%, as well as approval to record the remaining 2024 revenue deficiency in the 2023 Revenue Deficiency Deferral Account. We're also seeking approval of a 5-year amortization period for the 2023 Revenue Deficiency Deferral Account, commencing January 1, 2025. The other approvals sought remain unchanged from the application and include the establishment of 4 new rate-based deferral accounts, the 2025 Multi-Year Rate Plan Application Deferral Account, the 2023 Cost of Service Allocation Study Deferral Account, the 2024 to 2027 DSM Expenditure Plan Application Deferral Account, the PST and the PST Rebate on Select Machinery and Equipment Deferral Account. We're also seeking approval of a 1-year amortization period for the existing transportation service report deferral account, commencing in 2024. We're seeking approval to set the amounts of our existing rate riders, including the biomethane variance account, the RSAM, and the Fort Nelson residential customer common rate phase-in rate riders. And finally, we're seeking approval of the 2024 Core Market Administration Expense, or CMAE, budget of $6.05 million, and to continue the 70%, 30% allocation of costs between the Commodity Cost Reconciliation Account and the Midstream Cost Reconciliation Account, respectively. Okay, I'll now discuss the key determinations from the GCOC decision and the recent BCUC order, which approved FEI's requests that were contained in the GCOC compliance filing. And this order regarding the compliance filing was G-275-23 and was issued on October 17th. The GCOC decision approved a deemed equity component of 45% and an allowed return on equity, or ROE, of 9.65%, both effective January 1, 2023. The impact of the decision on FEI's 2023 revenue requirement was that FEI's revenue deficiency increased by $63.994 million. In the compliance filing to the GCOC decision, we propose to set 2023 permanent delivery rates at the existing approved interim rates and propose to record the revenue deficiency resulting from the GCOC decision in a new deferral account titled the 2023 Revenue Deficiency Deferral Account. And as I mentioned, these requests were recently approved by Order G-275-23. As part of the approvals in this order, the BCUC stated that the disposition of the 2023 Revenue Deficiency Deferral Account would be reviewed in this annual review. We included the proposed disposition of this deferral account in the evidentiary update, which we filed on October 10th. And also, I'll go over components of the evidentiary update in my next slide. So this table was included on our evidentiary update, and it summarizes the adjustments we've made to our 2024 delivery rates, resulting in a revised proposed delivery rate increase of 8%. The first adjustment is the correction of the error in the calculation of the 2023 projected in lieu property taxes, which was identified in the response to BCUC IR 14.1. The 2023 projected property taxes inadvertently excluded in lieu payments to the City of Vancouver. The result of the correction is that the 2024 revenue deficiency has increased by $3.731 million. The next adjustment is to update the inflation factor to provide the updated results for AWE-BC for May and June 2023, as those were the 2 months that we did not have actuals for at the time of filing our annual review materials. We also updated the April 2023 AWE-BC to reflect the update from Statistics Canada. There's no impact to the revenue deficiency or rate increase when rounding to 3 decimal places. The third item is the inclusion of the 2023 revenue deficiency deferral account. Since we're not proposing to start amortizing the balance in this account until 2025, there's no impact on the 2024 revenue deficiency or rate increase. The fourth item is the 2024 impact resulting from the changes to FEI's cost of capital. The overall impact is an increase of $52.966 million to the 2024 revenue deficiency. My colleague Anthony Ho will discuss the components of this increase in his presentation on the 2024 revenue requirement and rates. And finally, FEI is proposing to defer a portion of the 2024 revenue deficiency in order to mitigate the delivery rate increase in 2024. This deferred deficiency is requested to be recorded in the 2023 Revenue Deficiency Deferral Account. The amount to be deferred is based on our proposal to set the 2024 delivery rate increase at 8%. In the following slides, I'll further explain the delivery rate options we considered for 2024 and why we ultimately consider 8% to be the most reasonable level of rate increase given the circumstances. I'll also describe the options we considered for amortizing the 2023 Revenue Deficiency Deferral Account. As we outlined in our evidentiary update, we considered a number of different options for recovering the 2023 and 2024 revenue deficiencies resulting from the GCOC decision. On this slide, I've included the full range of options, which range from recovering the full 2023 and 2024 impact in 2024 rates to recovering none of the 2023 or 2024 impact in 2024 rates. The options in the middle are enclosed in a green box. These are the options that we discussed in the evidentiary update and are the ones that we consider to be reasonable. The two options outside of the box, which represent the highest and lowest impacts on the 2024 rate increase, would result in either rate shock or in an unreasonable level of deficiency deferral to future years. All of the options within the green box have advantages and disadvantages. Ultimately, our goal in selecting our proposed option is to moderate the rate increase in the near term while giving consideration to the incremental rate impacts in future years of deferring too much of the revenue deficiency. We believe that a rate increase of 8% provides a reasonable balance between providing some rate smoothing without deferring a significant portion of the 2024 revenue deficiency to future years. Further, when considering the overall bill impact, which we provided in Table 7 of the evidentiary update, the increase is reduced to 6.49% for an average residential customer. I note that I noticed something pop up on the screen, so I'm just going to pause for a second in case at this point there are any questions. No? Okay. Okay, so this is my final slide, and I'll discuss the options described in the evidentiary update for amortizing the 2023 Revenue Deficiency Deferral Account. As I previously explained, we're proposing to amortize the deferral account over 5 years, commencing January 1, 2025. The table on this slide is an expanded version of Table 9 from the evidentiary update. In the evidentiary update, we only modeled the incremental delivery rate impact in 2025 of amortizing the 2023 Revenue Deficiency Deferral Account over a range of 1 to 5 years, under the assumption that the rate increase in 2024 is set at the proposed 8%. So that's the middle line item, the middle line in the table. But for the purposes of this presentation, I've added the incremental rate impacts in 2025 for the other two scenarios discussed in the evidentiary update, which would be setting 2024 rates at 6%. Or setting 2024 rates at 9.87%. So those are the additional line items in this table. The key considerations when selecting the proposed 5-year amortization period were rate smoothing and timely recovery of costs. For instance, a 1-year amortization period would result in a large incremental rate increase in 2025, and this rate increase is before consideration of any rate increase arising from the 2025 revenue requirements. As the other additional scenarios show, if the 2024 rate increase was set lower at 6%, the impact of a 1-year amortization period would be even greater. And conversely, if the 2024 rate increase was set at 9.87%, the impact of a 1-year amortization period would be less. We believe that a 5-year amortization period provides a reasonable level of rate smoothing, as it results in an incremental delivery rate increase in 2025 of less than 2%. Since we don't yet know what the overall 2025 delivery rate increase might be, and we aren't anticipating any offsetting revenues in 2025 to mitigate the rate increase, we think that a 5-year amortization period provides a reasonable level of rate smoothing while not resulting in an overly long recovery period. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions at this time.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Walsh. I'm going to begin by asking if any interveners in the room wish to ask any clarifying questions of Ms. Walsh. Yes, Mr. Weaver, you can come up to the podium. That'll be great.
Yeah, Chris Weaver for the Commercial Energy Consumers, and just a question on slide 6, which is the proposed alternatives for rate impact. The proposed rate impact is 8%, but 9.87 was seen as too high. Is there any assessment as to impact on demand and elasticity of demand for going between 8% and 9.87? Is there a concern about demand destruction if you go close to rate shock? Is that part of the concern?
Well, thanks for your question, Mr. Weaver. I guess I would say I wouldn't characterize 9.87% as being too high. We put it inside the green box because we think that 9.87%, it is still below 10%, and we don't think that that would be unreasonable. We were just trying to find a reasonable level of rate smoothing, and we thought that 8% provided a little bit more rate smoothing.
But is there any analysis as to impact on demand after you cross a certain rate threshold of 8% or 10%? Is that part of the analysis, that there may be a concern around ratepayers turning off service because the rate increase is too high?
We didn't perform any analysis like that in deciding on the proposed rate increase. We focused more on the considerations, as I said, of providing some rate smoothing for customers while also not deferring the deficiency into too many future years.
So there's no analysis as part of the determination here. Is there otherwise any analysis done by Fortis with respect to at what level of rate increase customers start to turn off service?
I think for the purposes of what we're proposing here, I mean, under the circumstances, ultimately, based on the GCOC decision, we have a certain amount of revenue deficiency to recover, and so, we considered different options for how best to recover that deficiency, and we think that 8% would be a reasonable level for this year, and it also, it just means that there'll be less deficiency to recover in the future. So,
but you'd agree that if there's any demand destruction, there may be a further pressure on revenue recovery in the future?
I think at this point in time, I don't really have anything else to add to the question.
Thank you very much.
But thank you.
Anybody else from the attendees in the room? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to open it up to our virtual attendees, and I believe Mr. Royal from RCIA? Yes, Mr. Royal. Hi.
Yes. Good morning, Commission panel, Fortis, and other attendees. I am hearing a bit of a feedback, so perhaps there's a microphone still open in the room. Brady Ryle, speaking on behalf of the Residential Consumer Intervenor Association. My question, perhaps we can go to slide 7. Thank you. So Fortis has identified different amortization periods. Does a decision on the amortization period need to be made in this proceeding, or can be deferred till next year's rate proceeding, when we will have a better idea of what the 2025 rate impacts may be?
Thanks for the question, Mr. Ryle. Sorry if I just slightly butchered your name too there. I think it's a good question. I don't think that we need to determine necessarily an amortization period in this annual review. We were responding to the order requested, the recent order from the BCUC compliance filing that requested that we propose disposition of the deferral account. But you're correct that we're not proposing to start recovering in 2024, so that could be considered in the next revenue requirement application.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Do you have any other questions, Mr. Ryle?
I do not on this part.
Thank you. I'm not quite sure who was next. Thank you. Ms.
Irina Miss, for BCO APO, I have several questions for this part. One question, as you mentioned on slide 6, the total rate increase is about 16% prior to the rate smoothing. An original rate increase proposed was 4.5%. My first question is, does FEI plan to communicating with customers the need for rate increase of about 11.5%?
Well, I can start off, Sarah Walsh here. Well, the rate increase proposed originally in the application of 4.50%, that rate hasn't yet been set. So at this point in time, we haven't communicated to customers what the 2024 rate increase would be. So the rate increase that we would communicate to customers would be ultimately the rate that we're approved for 2024. So if we're approved for 8%, that will be the rate increase that we communicate to customers.
Sorry. Thank you. My next question, as an undertaking, I would like FEI to prepare a table that provides the overall delivery rate increase over the past 5 years, from 2019 to 2023. And second, the potential delivery rate increases for each of next 5 years, from 2024 to 2028. That includes all potential delivery rate changes to residential customers, assuming that BCUC approve applications as proposed by FEI, including DSM, RNG program, Okanagan capacity upgrade, and others.
Sarah Walsh here again. Ms. Meese, I'm going to take this in two parts. So for your first part of the request about the historical rate increases, we have provided the historical delivery rate increases in the response to BCSEA IR 1.1, and that included rate increases back to 2014. So for the historical rate increases, if you would refer to BCSEA IR 1.1. The second part of your request, if you don't mind repeating it again about the forward-looking rate increase, because I was just confirming that we actually had responded to about the historical rate increase.
Okay. It's a potential delivery rate increase for each of the next 5 years, from 2024 to 2028. That includes all potential delivery rate changes to residential customers. And assuming the applications approved as filed.
So for that request for 2024, that is the 2024 rate increase is the this is the annual, what the annual review is for. So we've provided the rate increase and rate impacts as part of this, as part of the evidentiary update with our proposed revised rate increase. For 2025 and onwards, we will be filing our next multi-year rate plan next year, and that will set out the new framework for, how we're proposing to move forward from 2025 onwards. So we really don't have a forecast of rate increases to provide at this time. So I would suggest that, for the purposes of this annual review, which is for setting 2024 rates, that I'm not really sure that any 5-year forecast going forward would be I guess, that useful for the purposes of this decision. And, we'll be fully exploring the next 5 years when we file our next multi-year rate plan. So I guess what I'm saying is that we don't really have that information to provide, and I don't think that it would be useful for the purposes of this proceeding.
Thank you. I just wanted to confirm that your evidence today that you do not have forecast for your rate increase for next 5 years.
Correct.
And just to also confirm, because I didn't look at the response you referred me for the historical increase, it includes residential rate pairs separately, right?
Thank you for, sorry, Ms. Meese, it's Sarah Walsh again. Thank you for clarifying that. It does not, and we can provide that information for you in an undertaking. So it was from the years 2019 to 2024. The residential.
Yes.
Okay.
Residential.
We can provide that in an undertaking, yeah.
Thank you. I have another question. The evidentiary update states that the actual bill impact effective January 1st, 2024 will not be known until the Q4 gas cost report. However, as an undertaking, I would like FEI to prepare the total bill impact for residential customers effective January 1st, 2024, including gas cost changes based on current forecast. Can you provide not exact number, but just overall bill impact based on your current expectations?
We can provide the bill impact for residential customers based on the Q3 gas cost report, which has already previously been filed. The Q4, it won't have been filed in time to provide that for an undertaking. Is it okay for us to provide the Q3 based on the Q3 gas cost report?
If it will be your best estimate, but can you estimate or forecast what Q4 will provide you? Not necessarily to the fifth, I don't ask you the final number to the fifth decimal place, but some estimate number based on what you expect.
I definitely appreciate where you're trying to get at, Ms. Meese. It's very difficult because we really can't provide anything that would be a better estimate than what's currently approved for Q3. So we really don't. Yeah, it's not really possible for us to provide a better estimate at this time.
Okay, thank you. So you said that the estimate based on Q3 is on the record, or you need still to provide it?
Anthony Ho here from FortisBC. Yeah, our best forecast right now is the Q3 gas cost report, which is already available.
And is it on the record?
Is it on the record of this process?
We can provide that as an undertaking.
Thank you. And my last question for this part is also as an undertaking, I would like to ask FEI to provide a rate scenario in which it implements its rate increase equally over 5 years, rather than 8% this year, followed by sequential 1.7 increases. And as part of the response, I would like the results in rate increase percentage, the cumulative rate increase over the 5 years, compared to what FEI is proposing, and the pros and cons of this alternative.
Just 1 second. I'm just making a note and thinking through what you're requesting.
Okay.
Anthony Ho here from FortisBC. Just want to clarify your questions. You were asking us to provide a scenario in which we will be amortizing the 2024 rates equally over the next 5 years. Just trying to clarify exactly what your request is.
Actually, sorry, Sarah Walsh here. I was thinking about this as Anthony was talking. So I guess the best that we could, I think the most logical, based on what you're asking, Ms. Meese, would be if we look at slide 6, the cumulative rate increase based on the GCOC impact is the 16.12%. So what we can do is spread that over 5 years and then provide the analysis in that way. So we're basically taking the 2023 deficiency that's being deferred from the GCOC impact plus the 2024 impact, and then we would be essentially providing what the rate increase would be if we spread that evenly over 5 years. Is that what you would be looking for?
I think I want just to see what your original proposal about 8% plus 1.7 for 5 years. I would like this portion to divide equally between 5 years. So instead of 8% and then 1.7, what if we will divide this amount equally over 5 years? Like, for example, 3% each year or something like that.
Okay, so
I cannot do my math right now, but yeah, it will be built on your proposal of 8%, but divided amortization divided, not 8% right now, but equally over 5 years.
So I guess, okay, so let me rephrase this to see maybe then if this is what you would be looking for. So we have the 9.87% delivery rate increase, which would be if we were to recover the full 2024 GCOC impact in 2024. You're looking for us to instead spread that 9.87% over 5 years.
Okay, let's do this way, yes.
Just to clarify and to note, though, so that would be in addition to the proposed amortization of the revenue deficiency deferral account. So we can provide that as a separate line item to show, but it's really the two impacts. It would be the 5-year amortization of the 2023 revenue deficiency plus the 9.87% divided over 5 years. Just wanted to note that.
Okay, let's Let's do separate, yes.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Meese. We'll give that. We'll mull that over on the break, and if we have any further questions, we'll follow up after.
Thank you so much. That's all my questions for this part.
I think next in the speaker's order is actually Mr. Craig from the CEC. Mr. Craig?
Thank you. Yes. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you.
Very good. Sarah, can you confirm that what you've just agreed on will be what you proposed, the 16.12% over 5 years?
I don't think that I can confirm that because I don't believe that that's where we landed. That was my original proposal of what to do, but I'm not sure if that's where we'll end up based on what we've agreed with Ms. Meese. So, no, I'm gonna have to say no.
Which is fine. Can you then include for the CEC your original proposal, 16.12% over 5 years?
Yes, we can do that.
Can you also discuss whether or not for future rates you have already filed material in your long-term gas resource plan with respect to potential rate impacts?
I can confirm that we have provided some rate impact analysis in our most recently filed long-term gas resource plan. Yes.
So that would be the best information that we have about future rates.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Craig, do you have any
That's all
other
my questions.
All right. Thank you very much. I think next on the list is Mr. Andrews.
Thank you. My name is Bill Andrews, Andrews. I represent the BC Sustainable Energy Association. I apologize for the technical glitches. I seem to have been booted off either on my end or somewhere in between several times this morning, and I hope it doesn't happen again. So the questions that I'm going to ask, I'm not entirely clear whether they've been addressed already. So if they have been addressed, then please just tell me that, and I'll be able to pick that up from the transcript. My questions about the rates and the amortization of the revenue deficiencies is from, I think, another perspective is why is Fortis contemplating rate smoothing rather than simply passing on to customers the consequences in terms of rates of the BCUC decision?
Yeah, thanks for your question, Mr. Andrews. I did touch on this in my presentation, but I can just follow up on that. We did consider recovering at least the full 2024 rate impact of the BCUC decision, which was the 9.87%, as that is below the 10% of commonly considered rate shock, but we're trying to find a balance of providing some rate smoothing for customers while not deferring an overly large amount of the deficiency to future years. So it's not, I wouldn't say that it's an exact science. We considered both of these factors and ultimately thought that 8% was a reasonable amount.
If you don't have estimates of rate increases or rate changes over the next 5 years, are you confident that deferring amounts to those future years won't end up with rate increases in excess of 10% per year, in part because of deferring the 2023 and to a certain extent 2024 revenue deficiencies? In other words, are we just passing on to the future the 10% bill impact problem?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Andrews. I mean, it's a reasonable question. I would say that, you know, on the slide 7 in the table, the middle line item, which is our proposal, which is setting rates at 8% this year, and then amortizing the deficiency in the deferral account over 5 years, would result in an incremental rate increase next year of 1.7%. And so, you know, we can't, no one can predict the future, but we do think that, you know, that will likely not result in rate shock in, you know, in the future years. But at the same time, you know, we can employ rate smoothing in future years if necessary.
My final question on this point is, have you considered the price signal aspect of the amortization and price moving approach, given that we're in the clean energy transformation and customers are making decisions now between natural gas solutions and electricity solutions, that there's an argument that having the full cost of natural gas sooner rather than later would be a more efficient price signal?
Thanks for your question, Mr. Andrews. I wouldn't say exactly that we considered the price signal. We grounded our proposal more in, you know, the principles of rate smoothing versus the intergenerational equity issues of deferring deficiencies for too long. I would also say that, you know, this is the delivery rate component of a bill that the customer sees, and there's also the commodity cost component. So to a certain extent, that also impacts, I would say, like the ultimate price point that a customer might see. So there's that aspect of it as well. But ultimately, no, we were focused on providing a reasonable amount of rate smoothing while not deferring the deficiency for an overly long period of time.
Thank you for your response. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Andrews. Now, Mr. Quayle.
Yes, this is really picking up from Mr. Andrews' last question, and I want to say I acknowledge this may be seen as an issue for future years or beyond the term of this rate plan. The problem is this is, you know, his image of a can being kicked down the road to sort of wonder where or when a particular bullet is going to be bitten, and that is devising a strategy to manage the situation where a foreseeable contraction in the utilities customer base starts to bite increasingly. So the point is that continuing to defer costs as though we were in sort of a steady state constant trajectory over the coming period may be unrealistic and may compound the problem of dealing with potentially stranded or underutilized capital in a situation where the customer base is contracting. I wonder if you have any comments on that.
Thanks, Mr. Quayle. I mean, I think that I definitely hear what you're saying as well. I think ultimately, you know, maybe just to for the purposes of what, you know, we're proposing here, if we just step back, you know, ultimately we're dealing with an issue of recovering the deficiency created by it's from the impact of the BCUC decision. And, you know, I think that between the evidentiary update and the additional amortization periods that we provided on these slides, we're open to whatever. We're open to different scenarios for recovering the deficiencies, whether it's shorter or longer periods of time. So I understand, like, I do hear what you're saying. I think ultimately, you know, we're just looking for a proposal that provides a reasonable level of rate smoothing without deferring the deficiency over a lengthier period of time. But, you know, it's, as you can see on the slides and in the evidentiary update, there are options for how we do that.
Yes, I appreciate that response. And is there a microphone open? I'm hearing myself back and it's big. Maybe it's just a matter of flagging this. I know that you will be developing what happens after the expiry of this multi-year rate plan. But I'm just suggesting that a really critical issue that's got to be dealt with at some point is developing a strategy to achieve a soft landing in a likely reduction of the base of customers who are bearing the cost of the system as well as its operating cost. And putting this off will simply make the impact worse when it's finally dealt with.
It's Doug Slater. Thanks for the comments, Jim. I think, you know, you certainly point out a valid issue as we get into the future and as energy transition starts to change, you know, the business that will be looking at those issues very closely. I think that, you know, even in such a case, there is a good case to be made for rate smoothing and removing volatility over time, even if your trajectory is upwards or downwards. And so I think what Sarah was adding today is we're here in 2024 looking at, you know, the best amortization period and balancing some of those risks of, you know, increased costs, potential for rate shock in future years with what we put forward. But we certainly acknowledge that this is always a really important issue to consider when costs are deferred.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that rate smoothing makes sense. The issue is going to be sort of pancaking deferred costs as well as some means of recovering the cost of invested capital is going to become, I think, a significant issue. And I'm looking forward to it being a centerpiece of the next application.
Thanks, Mr. Quill.
Are you done with your questions, Mr. Quayle?
Yes, I am.
Thank you very much. And you'll have the opportunity to raise these issues, I'm sure, in the next MRP application.
Yes, I think they're on the agenda for the long haul.
Thank you. Now, I notice that Ms. is next in the speaker's order, but I want to be fair to others who have not had the chance to pose questions, just in case that they have any questions. So I invite anybody else, either the in-person attendees or the virtual attendees, to raise their hands if they have a question, and then I will call on Ms.
Hand raised in the virtual.
The OAPO, if I'm correct. Is that Ms. Worth?
Yes, it is.
So, Ms. Worth, do you want to go first, or do you want your colleague to go? Because she's got her hand.
I'd like to go first, if that's all right, simply because I have a follow-up to Mr. Andrews' question. And I was just wondering, Ms. Walsh, if you could sort of provide the Commission on this record any understanding that Fortis has of the nature of price elasticities when it comes to residential customers and the sensitivities that residential customers have to price signals.
Thanks, Ms. Worth. I don't really have anything to put on the record regarding that for the purposes of this annual review. So I guess my answer would be no, I don't have anything to put on the record related to that.
Maybe if I could just add,
it's
Doug Slater. There is information on the record in the long-term gas resource plan that may be of a help to you.
my question was more sort of to get that on the record here rather than having it elsewhere. It was just sort of a, not something specific, but just sort of your general understanding of the sensitivity of residential customers, or the ability of residential customers to respond to price signals. So if the price goes up, their ability to actually respond to that. But if you don't have that information, then I guess we'll just move on without it. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess I would just add one thing too, that, since we're only setting rates for 2024, it's just, I'm not sure that, I don't think that we have anything to add to the record related to that.
You content with that, Ms. Worth?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Ms.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify my last question when I asked about to provide a rate scenario in which Fortis would implement its rate increase equally over 5 years. And I had an opportunity to discuss it with our expert consultant. And actually what we want is the same information as Mr. Weaver from Commercial Energy Consumers asked. So to spread evenly 16% over 5 years. So one undertaking only necessary, not both. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Meese. That's great news. And I'm assuming, just also to clarify, that you would like us to provide the residential rate impact specifically as well?
Yes, please.
Okay, thanks.
Hey, seeing no other hands, and I understand the panel does not have any questions of Ms. Walsh on her presentation. Want to thank you.
Much. I will now pass it over to Anthony Ho, our Manager of Rates and Revenues, to talk about the 2024 revenue requirement.
Okay, Mr. Ho, over to you.
Good morning, Madam Chair and panel members. My name is Anthony Ho. I'm the Manager of Rates and Revenue here at FortisBC. My part of the presentation, I will be going over the different components of the 2024 revenue requirements and the key drivers of the revenue deficiency. FEI's total revenue requirement for 2024, it's approximately $1.9 billion. Before I continue, I just want to highlight that all the numbers in my part of the presentation includes the the changes related to the inventory updates, as mentioned by Sarah in her presentation earlier. So it includes the changes due to the impact of the GCOC decision, the AWE update, the correction related to the 2023 projected property tax, and also include FEI's update proposed delivery rate increase of 8%. Here's a pie graph showing the different components of the revenue requirement. As you can see, the largest piece of the pie is related to the cost of gas, which totaled to approximately $744 million, or roughly above 40% of our 2024 revenue requirements. To be clear, the cost of gas is managed through a separate proceeding reviewed quarterly by the BCUC. So we are not seeking approval related to the cost of gas in this proceeding. The rest of our revenue requirement, which makes up about 60%, is related to our delivery cost. This is the portion we are seeking approval of in this proceeding. As you have seen in the previous slide, the 2024 revenue requirement is approximately $1.9 billion. So, however, at the existing 2023 rates, we are forecast to recover approximately $1.829 billion only. So this makes the deficiency of approximately $84.543 million equivalent to the 8% delivery rate increase. Here is a table provides the breakdown of the individual component to the total deficiency before and after the inventory update. Just to be clear, the negative numbers in this table, or the numbers in bracket, are surpluses, so they helped to reduce the deficiency, while the positive numbers in this table are deficit, which they add to the deficiency. As you can see in this table, the largest driver to our 2024 revenue deficiency is related to the GCOC impact, which makes up about 5.01% of the 8% increase. This is followed by tax, mostly had to do with income tax. I will discuss both of these in my following slides. Here is a waterfall graph, graphically illustrate the different components of our 2024 revenue deficiency, and also how we went from the 4.5% delivery rate increase to the 8% delivery rate increase that we are proposing now. Again, the orange bars are surplus that help to reduce the deficiency, and the blue bars are deficit that adds to the deficiency. This graph really helps to highlight the key drivers of our 2024 deficiency, which I have mentioned in my previous slide. They are related to the GCOC impact as well as the income tax. The GCOC decision is the largest driver of our 2024 deficiency. Just to recap, the GCOC decision determined our deemed equity component is now 45%, which is an increase of 6.5%. And also our allowed ROE is now 9.65%, which is an increase of 0.9%. Here is a table showing the different components of the GCOC impact to our revenue requirement. Now, I would like to highlight that this table on the slide right now is an amended version of Table 3 of the inventory update. We notice a small error in the Table 3 of the inventory update, which we have incorrectly lumped the change of amortization expense together with the income tax expense in one line. So right now, you can see the amended table. We have now separated out the two lines. Just to be clear, the change related to the amortization expense and the income tax, the total of it is no change. There's no change to the total of these two lines together. We just incorrectly put the two lines together in the table, in the version of the Table 3 of the inventory update.
Losing me now. Can you just point precisely to the line which has changed?
Yes.
From Table 3, please?
Yeah, so it's related to row 4 and 5. Row 4 is change in the non-rate base amortization.
Yes.
And row 5 is change related to income tax expense. So these two lines in the version in the Table 3 of the inventory update were shown as one single line combined together.
Okay, so you separated them out now.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
I will explain both of these a bit later in my slide.
Thank you.
So starting from the top of this table, you can see the increase of the deemed equity to 45% and also the increase of the ROE to 9.65% increased our 2024 forecast of the ROE by about $56.707 million. This is calculated based on our 2024 forecast of rate base at about $5.8 billion. This is offset slightly due to the reduction of our interest expense of both our long-term and short-term debt, together by approximately $14.9 million. The main reason of this reduction is due to the increase of the deemed equity by 6.5%, which means we have now reduced our forecast of average debt by the same amount in 2024. The increase of the ROE and the reduction of the interest expense resulted in overall increase of the return by approximately $41.753 million. This is shown on the third row of the table. So next is the change to the amortization of the non-rate-based flow-through defer account. First, the amortization of the flow-through defer account is now reduced by approximately $7.143 million. This is because of the GCOC decision, which determined that the effective date is January 1st, 2023, means that our variance between the 2023 approved and the 2023 projected interest expense is now changed. The reason is for the same reason I mentioned earlier, is because the increased deemed equity to 45%, which changed our 2023 projected interest expense. So the variance of this is now captured in the flow-through defer account. There's also another change to the amortization related to the non-rate-based defer account, which related to the earnings sharing account. The reason for this change is because the GCOC decision is effective January 1st, 2023, which changed the AFUDC rate of the 2023. Because of the change of the 2023 AFUDC rate, it changes the amortization of the earnings sharing account in 2024. Together, these two changes related to the non-rate-based amortization is the $7.209 million. In the middle of this table, there is a breakdown between the two non-rate-based deferral account change in terms of amortization. Next, the impact to the GCOC decision is on the income tax. This is due to the increase of our return by the $41.753 million. I have included a reconciliation table at the bottom of this slide, which shows how the increase in income tax expense is calculated from the $41.753 million to the approximately $18 million increase in income tax expense. I also want to highlight that the change, you can see in the income tax calculations, the change related to the amortization of the two non-rate-based defer account, which is the $7.209 million, also has an impact on the income tax expense calculations. This is the reason why we initially mistakenly lumped the two lines together. And finally, as Sarah mentioned earlier in her presentations, we are proposing to defer approximately $19.708 million of the 2024 deficiency, which is equivalent to about 1.86% of the delivery rate impact for 2024. So when you look at the GCOC impact in 2024 together with the amortization, so when you look at the GCOC impact together with the deferred 2024 deficiency, the incremental impact due to GCOC is approximately 3.15%. The second largest driver of our 2024 deficiency is related to income tax, which is increased by approximately $16.6 million, and this is before the consideration of the GCOC impact. So this $16.6 million is separate from the income tax expense impact due to GCOC that you have seen in the previous slide. About $12.3 million of this $16.6 million is related to reduced CCA income tax deduction. There are two main reasons for this decrease in CCA. One is the phase out of Canada's accelerated investment incentive starting in 2024. And the second reason is the reduced addition in high CCA rate classes when comparing between 2023 and 2024. So first, the accelerated investment incentive was effective since 2018, which allowed FEI to have an additional 50% adder to our CCA income tax deduction. This 50% adder is now being phased out in 2028 and will be completely eliminated in this phase out is starting in 2024 and will be completely eliminated in 2028. The phase out of this accelerated CCA in 2024 increased our income tax expense by about $6 million in 2024. The second reason of the reduced CCA is, as I mentioned earlier, is the change in the mix of our capital additions in 2024 compared to 2023. So every year we have different type of asset going into surface, but depending on the type of the asset, the CCA rates are different. So for 2024, majority of our asset going into surface are related to transmission and distribution, and their allowed CCA rates are relatively small at 6% and 8%. At the same time in 2024, when comparing back to 2023, we are forecasting to have less asset in surface with high CCA rates, such as the software and computer hardwares. These asset, software and computer hardwares, their CCA rates are 55% and 100% respectively. So with more asset going into surface, but with smaller CCA rates, at the same time, less asset with high CCA rates going into surface, means our income tax has increased by about $6.2 million in 2024. Finally, I would like to provide a summary of FEI's 2024 O&M and compare against the 2023 O&M. The left-hand side of the graphs shows the 2023, and the right-hand side shows the 2024 O&M expense. So first, for the stacked bar graphs at the top, the big green stack represent our formula O&M, which includes the allowed increase due to the net inflation factor as well as customer growth. The orange stack represent our forecast O&M for 2023 and 2024. Sometimes we refer it as a formula outside of, O&M outside of formula or flow-through O&M. There is also a very small slice of yellow at the bottom. This is the true-up of formula O&M from 2 years prior due to the difference between our actual and forecast customer count. For 2024, this allowed true-up is actually a reduction of our formula O&M by about $300,000. As you can see, majority of our O&M is related to the formula O&M, which increased from about $299 million to $313 million. So the increase of $14 million, $12 million is actually related to the allowed increase by the net inflation factor, while $2 million, the remaining $2 million is related to the increase of customer growth. The rest of the O&M, about 15%, is the forecast O&M, which is the stacked orange bar, the orange bar of the stack graph. I have provided the breakdown of our forecast O&M at the bottom, the two bar graphs at the bottom. As you can see, we are forecasting approximately $7 million savings due to reduced pension and OPEB. OPEB stands for Other Post-Employment Benefit in our forecast O&M. The reason of this decrease is mainly because of the increase of discount rate. This is shown on the green bar, the first green bar on the left-hand side. For the rest of the O&M, the biggest increase is related to integrity digs by approximately $3.2 million, and also our forecast O&M in our development of renewable gas, particular hydrogen, which is forecast to increase by about $2.05 million. This is shown on the light blue bar graph on the far right-hand side. My colleague John Crean will provide the discussions on renewable gas in his presentation later. So this concludes my part of the presentation. I'm happy to take on any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ho. Any questions from any of our interveners who are here in person today? Mr. Weaver, I thought you said you had no cross-examination questions.
It's just one at a time, one at a time.
All right, thank you.
Actually,
couldn't resist.
If I could follow up from the earlier discussion in terms of the rate forecast of the long-range gas plan, I don't think that's on the record in this proceeding. Could you put that on the record in this proceeding, that rate forecast?
You mean the rate forecast as we provided in the long-term gas resource plan?
Yes. It was discussed earlier this morning. It'd be helpful just to have that on the record.
Yep, we can include that.
Thank you. The question to this panel, I think it's this panel, and it's just a follow-up on an information request by the CEC. And this is really a clarification understanding area. It's IR 2.1 and 2.2. CEC IR 2.1 and 2.2. And the topic, there was a reference in savings in 2022 that were temporary, and they resulted from vacancies during the period. And in response to 2.2, the vacancies are set out, vacancies FTEs for 2018 to 2022. Do you have that?
2.12.
This is James from FortisBC. I can attempt to take on that question.
Okay, well, thank you. Now here we see the vacancies in significant change from 2018 to 2022, going from 71 to 176 in 2022. And I understand there's that partially attributed to O&M savings in 2022. Can you explain how that would be?
So what's shown in the response to 2.2 is a table that shows from 2018 to 2022 the total vacancies.
Correct, yes.
In FTEs.
Yes, and I just want to understand the O&M savings that arise as a result of these temporary vacancies.
Just to clarify, the O&M savings or labor savings could be a number of factors. In regards to labor vacancies, it could be due to vacancies, retirements, overtime. So that's why we characterize it as general labor savings. Now, specifically to answer your question here, a consideration in terms of trying to translate these numbers into O&M savings is the fact that our employees charge their time to O&M, capital, and other being like DSM. So as a result, it doesn't necessarily have a kind of a one-for-one relationship when you take a look at this and try to translate it to O&M savings.
So in the response, it indicates, well, some of the savings are one-time in nature. Example, required time to fill vacancies from turnover. That's not a quantifiable number.
Are you referring to the response to 2.2?
It's in the question, actually. It's in your evidence, Exhibit B2 at page 4. So the IR sets out that quote, and so that's the evidence of the company that there's.
Yeah. So to tie it back to the preamble there?
Yes. I'm just trying to understand if that's quantifiable. It's a general comment.
Yeah, so I'll explain that. So in total, we attribute roughly $3 million of the formula O&M savings to labor savings. And that's by looking at the total FTEs indicated at 176 and factoring into consideration what I mentioned earlier about how employees' times are allocated, or time is allocated between capital, O&M, and other.
So the 176, the vacancies in 2022 resulted in approximately 3.
Roughly. And we answered an IR that breaks it down further by department.
Is it possible to provide for 2023 a present to date vacancies?
In total, from what I recall, it's a little bit over 200 FTEs, the vacancies. So we're continuing to see that trend in terms of FTE vacancies for FEN.
And so when you look at those vacancies, when you prepare your O&M budget for the following year, do you include what would be the full salaries for those positions that are presently vacant?
Yes, we do. When we set our requirements for each year, we take into consideration what the business needs going forward. Also, what we need to, in terms of resources, to continuing to meet our service quality requirements. So from that perspective, we always put in what we think we need in terms of not only labor, but also non-labor. But however, things do change, as we all know, in terms of circumstances. And as a result, there are occasionally vacancies that do occur naturally. There are timing differences in terms of expenditures. In the end, though, the company manages that, and what happens is that we do manage to achieve savings that are shared equally with our customers.
The savings being you've budgeted to have a certain number of employees. We're seeing a progressive increase in the number of vacancies over time, and the customers get to share in those savings.
It's not like to clarify, it's not like a windfall gain in that sense. So in terms of vacancies and how they do occur naturally. People leave the company, there's attrition for whatever reason. When that occurs, the company takes a look at those vacancies that do occur and manages them appropriately. What I mean by that is we consider the vacancy, the nature of it. We assess whether we need those positions. If we don't need them, it makes sense to not fill them. We look at that, and we look at also reprioritizing the expenditures to reallocate them to other activities that make sense in terms of, again, what business needs and also what we need in terms of continuing to meet our service quality requirements.
Has the company done an assessment as to why this number has been growing through this PBR period?
I can comment generally. One, we've talked about it in terms of IR responses. As probably everyone's aware, there is a ongoing kind of labor challenge in terms of recruitment. Overall, we're seeing that also in our industry. So that's one factor in terms of what's going on.
But the company hasn't had a problem providing safe, reliable service to customers, notwithstanding these unfilled vacancies.
You're so nice to me because I get that tease me up for talking about service quality requirements. My annual 10-minute thing that I do. So I'm going to be delivering that message, and it's the same message as we've delivered in past years. We're continuing to meet service quality requirements.
Even with the vacancies in place?
As I said, when we look at our total formula O&M, we look at the individual resources, but more importantly, we look at it from an overall perspective. As you know, our formula O&M is an index-based kind of broad envelope approach. So we get funding through that mechanism. But as with anything, circumstances change, and we adapt accordingly.
In the PBR period, have there been many You spoke about resignations. Have there been any departures as a result of employees being bought out or packaged or terminated?
I'm not aware of any.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you, panel.
All right, Miz, you're next.
Thank you. I have several requests with respect to your chart on page 10 of the presentation. It's called 2024 Revenue Requirement Summary, which is based on the evidentiary update. And I would like to ask FEI to also provide the 2024 Revenue Requirements Summary pie chart based on your original application. So a similar chart, but based on original application. And the 2023 Revenue Requirement pie chart as approved. So two additional charts. One is which would be based on original application, and one from previous year as approved. And another, if this.
Yes, we can do that.
This is done. Okay, thank you. And maybe you also will be able to update this chart to also include total carbon tax paid by customers in 2024. Is it possible?
We can provide an estimate on it.
Okay, and then in this case, I would like to include the same information regarding total carbon tax paid in 2023 revenue requirement pie chart as approved.
Yes. Just to be clear, just want to be clear, I could add the carbon tax to the pie graph for both 2023 approved and also 2024 forecast, but they're not part of our revenue requirements. They're carbon tax paid by the customer. Just is that what you're looking for?
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll look into it.
Yeah. So yeah, we could do that. Is our revenue requirement plus the carbon tax estimated paid by our customer. So it's not part of our revenue requirements.
Okay. Understood. Thank you. That's all my questions for now.
Thank you, Miss. Now, I think next in line is Mr. Andrews.
I just want to thank you, Mr. Ho, for the presentation. You really clarified a very complicated part of the application. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Andrews. Anybody else have any questions for Mr. Ho? All right. Ms. Chapman?
Thank you, Mr. Ho.
Before you start, Ms. Chapman, I just want to make sure the court reporter has a hard copy of the presentation so they can follow. It will make transcription much easier for them.
They can have mine if they don't have one.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ho, for your presentation. I just have a couple of questions on the return on capital in the evidentiary update. BCUC staff have prepared a short workshop aid document, which I will ask Mr. Cody to hand out to our in-person attendees and Ms. Melanio to add to the Teams chat for our virtual participants. This document is simply a selection of tables and schedules from the evidentiary update filed as Exhibit B13 to this proceeding, printed out here for ease of reference for all. I'll just pause.
As well, please. Thank you.
I'll also ask everyone to flip to page 4, which is the last page, actually. My questions relate to the updated debt components resulting from the GCOC Stage 1 decision, which approved a 45% deemed equity component for FEI. So on page 4 of the aid, you should see Schedule 26 from the evidentiary update. Column 4 shows long-term debt of 56.37%, offset by short-term debt of negative 1.37%, which totals to total debt of 55%. Column 7 then shows an earned return of about $153.6 million on the 56.37% long-term debt component, and an earned return of $790,000 on the negative 1.37% short-term debt component. Now, given that the long-term debt component is greater than 55%, can you please discuss why there shouldn't be a negative return on the negative short-term debt component to offset the additional return on the long-term debt component?
Anthony Ho here from FortisBC. So first of all, just to be clear, the BCUC decision on the GCOC determines the deemed equity is 45%, which means the debt is 55%. It does not prescribe the split between long-term and short-term debt. So how it works, that the short-term debt is essentially is used to fill the gap between the long-term debt and the 100% after the consideration of 45% deemed equity. So the reason we have the 56% in long-term debt is based on our currently already long-term debt is already issued. So right now it's sitting as 56%. So essentially why we are having a $790,000 of short-term debt is related to our fixed financing fees because we're maintaining the credit facility for short-term debt. So for presentation purpose, because we have $790,000 of interest fee, financing fee that we have to pay for short-term debt, we are presenting it with the negative 1.37% of short-term debt component at the negative 0.99% interest rate. So for presentation purpose, that's how we are able to show the $790,000 of the interest fee.
Thank you, Mr. Ho. Would you be able to discuss why the approach in column 7 is different from 2023, which, as shown in column 2, has an offsetting negative earned return on short-term debt of about $2.3 million?
So, Jeff May, MEOI, FortisBC. So maybe just to go back to the last question and kind of loop those two together, is what's shown there is the issued expense, as Mr. Ho has stated, but you are correct. We did not forecast interest income, and it's basically the way the methodology is set out in the application. It doesn't really provide for forecasting interest income, but we agree there will be interest. There should be an interest income saving associated with that negative amount. So we could do one of two things. We could update to actually include that amount, or what naturally will happen is through the flow-through deferral account, it'll pick up the actual interest savings, and those will be returned to customers through that mechanism anyway. So those interest savings will go back. It's just a matter of whether we want to include them in the forecast or not. So I think that's where you're going.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. May. My next question involves calculations, so the response may need to be provided through an undertaking. Could you please provide the impact to the weighted average cost of capital, the impact to the allowance for funds used during construction, or AFUDC rate, the revenue requirement, and delivery rates for 2024 for the following 3 scenarios in Schedule 26? The first scenario is that the long-term debt component in column 3 is reduced such that the ratio in column 4 is 55% and the short-term debt component is reduced to 0. The second scenario would be if FEI were to unwind enough actual long-term debt, for example, $100 million or $200 million, and increase the short-term debt by a corresponding amount to bring the total debt component to 55%. I'll also pause there if you would like to speak to whether that second scenario involving debt follows from your first answer.
Sarah Walsh here. Just before we respond to that, could you just which you had referenced you wanted the impact to the weighted average cost of capital, the AFUDC, and then you'd said a couple other, but I unfortunately did not write those down.
The revenue requirement?
Yeah.
And the delivery rates for 2024. So 4 items.
Thanks.
First of all, I would like to highlight that, yes, you did request a change due to the revenue requirement, but based on our proposed delivery rate increase fixed at 8%, it would not have actually changed the revenue requirement. What it would do, it would change the amount of 2024 deficiency. So just to be clear on that. Secondly, on the second scenario where you're asked to have unwind or redeem some of the long-term debt, it won't be exactly land on the 55% if we have done that. So what will happen is we will have to use short-term debt to get back to the 100%. Some implication on redeeming long-term debt will be, first of all, there's a cost to redeem long-term debt. And also, we are also there when we redeem long-term debt, like currently we're on long-term debt, at some point we will have to take out more debt at a higher interest rate. So this is the reason why we had not presented or proposed to do that in our proposed revenue requirement.
Yeah, Jeff May, FortisBC. I would say maybe just to clarify to that second scenario, are you looking at a specific debt issuance that we would take out? Because, obviously there's different implications for redeeming certain levels of, debt at certain rates, or, how much time there's left to expiry, those type of things.
No, staff have not looked at a specific note per se. Would leave that too.
So just to be clear then, like Mr. Ho had mentioned, I mean, there is different implications, including tax implications of actually doing that. So while we could provide the scenario, it's not, I wouldn't say it's advisable to choose that position. Like, I think it's including the short-term interest in the forecast, like I'd mentioned, is probably the preferred approach to get back to the same place. I think if you're trying to weigh those two options, just because of, like I said, like it's not kind of clear which debt issuance we would pull out, I guess, if we were to do that. So
we can clarify. It seems to me that the assumption is that short-term debt is going to have a higher interest rate simply because it's a short-term debt. Is that not correct?
Potentially, actually not, because depending on which long-term debt issuance we pull out, I mean, I think there's debt issuances in there that range from 2.5% to 8% or something historically. And given the current market for interest rates, carrying a short-term credit balance could actually have a benefit, because the rate you could achieve on that investment could be higher than the actual long-term debt rate that we'd pull out. So normally I would say yes, but just based on the scenario, it could potentially have like an adverse impact. It could be the other way.
I guess what the panel is trying to understand is at what point do you become cost neutral as to the balance between short-term debt and long-term debt? In an instance where you already have a long-term debt that exceeds what the Commission has deemed is an appropriate level of debt, and yet you still have a credit facility out there for short-term debt. That doesn't seem to jive. So perhaps you can explain what the thinking is here.
Sure, and it's more created by this temporary issue that because of the cost of capital decision, there was this big shift in equity and debt. So like Mr. Ho had mentioned, the actual long-term debt outstanding, I mean, it's actual, it's been out there. It was used to finance the rate base at a certain level. So this is kind of we see this as a temporary blip just for 2024. What should happen is the rate base should continue to rise in 2025. And then as that rises, short-term debt comes back on as being a part of what you need to finance. So it was more just this 1 year issue where if we maintain the long-term debt, we have to carry essentially a cash balance, I guess. You could say negative short-term debt, however you want to frame it.
So maybe it's Doug Slater here, just to add to what Jeff is saying, that, we do have sort of, I guess, a situation, a short-term situation where, cash on hand can generate interest income and return that money to customers to offset the costs of long-term debt. It might be helpful as part of the requested undertakings to show that, because we, as Jeff was saying, or Mr. May was saying, we believe that's actually the most beneficial way to do this, and our current forecast does not include that, and we recognize that makes it look kind of funny. But as Mr. May was saying, there are implications for retiring long-term debt when when it's going to be needed in the near term. Some of those being the costs of retiring the debt, the tax implications, and the risk that when we advance the need to refinance, that we could be doing so at a higher cost. So, it would be our recommendation to maybe include another scenario there where we can demonstrate how this works, and the fact that it's maybe beneficial for customers, or at least should be somewhat close or neutral.
All right. I think that would be helpful, at least from my perspective. So thank you for offering that, Mr. Slater. Sorry, Ms. Chapman, I interrupted you.
No, very good. Thank you. I actually have one last scenario. The third scenario would be that the average embedded cost of short-term debt of negative 0.99% shown in column 5 of Schedule 26 is changed to the average embedded cost provided in the original application of 5.56%.
I think what happened is once we provide the scenario that Mr. Slater mentioned earlier, we will provide a more appropriate. First of all, there will be probably change in the short-term debt rate, and also depending on the amount that we will be showing in terms of interest income. So yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah, it just might be a slightly modified scenario that what you're referring to.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ho. That's it for me.
Thank you, Ms. Chapman. Are there any other questions from anybody? Of Mr. Ho? Okay, hearing none. I do see that it's 10:21. I'm in your hands, Ms. Walsh, whether you wish to start the next segment or not.
I think it might make sense to take a break first. Would it be possible for me to summarize the undertakings that I've heard so far? Because we'll just take that back with us and take a look.
I think that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Okay. So to start off with, we had 2 requests from BCO-EPO. The first was to provide the historical residential rate increases from 2019 to 2023. And that's essentially the BC SEAIR response, but with residential specifically. The second was the total bill impact for residential customers for 2024 based on the Q3 gas costs. The third item is now a request from both BCO-EPO and CEC, which is to provide an additional scenario for the rate increase where we would spread the full 16.12% delivery rate increase over 5 years, and we'll also add the residential rate impact specifically to that. The CEC requested that we provide the rate impact analysis from the long-term gas resource plan on the record. BCO-EPO requested that we provide 2 different versions of the pie chart from Mr. Ho's presentation. 2024, the original requested rate increase, and 2023 approved, and include the carbon tax for both of those. And then the last, the scenario analysis requested by BCUC staff, which would be providing the impact to the weighted average cost of capital, allowance for funds used during construction, revenue requirement, and rates for 2024. The first scenario being if long-term debt were reduced to 55% and short-term debt were 0%. The second one would be under a scenario where we would unwind some long-term debt. And the third scenario would be where we include a forecast for interest income, and that would also result in an adjustment to the short-term interest rate.
All right, thank you, Ms. Welch. I think that's it, at least for the first two segments. So I would now suggest we all take a break for, let me see, it's 10:24. Can we come back in 15 minutes? All right, thank you. All right. Thank you for all for coming back. We are now on to the next segment of FEI's presentation on renewable gas development. So over to you, Ms. Walsh.
Thanks. I will not be presenting on renewable gas development, but Mr. Slater just wanted to follow up on some of the questions about price elasticity. So if he might just do that first before we...
Sure. Mr. Slater, perhaps you can come up to the podium if you don't mind. I think it's just easier for everyone. Thank you.
During the break, we were just discussing Ms. Worth's questions regarding price elasticity and an issue that was also touched upon by CEC and BCSEA. There are, in fact, a number of IRs that deal with this topic that we could file on the record in this proceeding if it's helpful. At a high level, those generally show that that gas demand is relatively inelastic in the short term. And that means that the differences we're talking about between the various rate increase options that we've discussed today aren't likely to result in material changes in demand. So at the end of the day, I guess my proposal that is, if the panel finds it helpful and interveners find it helpful, we'd be happy to file those IRs on the record in this proceeding and help answer those questions.
I certainly have no objections to that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Oh.
Just checking to make sure my slides are coming up before I start speaking. Okay. Good morning, Madam Chair and panel members. My name is John Quinn. I'm a senior manager in the Renewable Gas and Low Carbon Supply Group, and I'll lead our team responsible for FEI's renewable gas development related to hydrogen, syngas, and lignin. This morning I will summarize FEI's renewable gas development mandate, hydrogen strategy focus areas, and our 2023 and 2024 activities related to gas system hydrogen feasibility work, our planning and preparation to support hydrogen deployment, and our renewable gas supply opportunities. Moving on to my next slide 2. As we progress gas decarbonisation, our renewable gas development activities will enable and increase the supply and delivery of alternative renewable and low-carbon fuels. Since the commencement of the current MRP term, government policies and regulations regarding climate action have continued to progress, reinforcing the need to prepare FEI system for the introduction of alternative low-carbon fuels. The GGRR, or the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Regulation, was amended in May 2021 to include hydrogen, syngas, and lignin as low-carbon fuels. In October 2021, the province announced in its Clean BC update that it is targeting a 47% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions from buildings and industries by 2030. These policy initiatives will expand the resources that are required to support renewable gas development, and FEI continues to progress in a measured way various activities to enable these low-carbon energy options. The 2023 projected and 2024 forecast costs reflects this increased work. Moving on to my next slide 3. At Fortis, we have aligned our hydrogen strategy with the BC hydrogen strategy and envision low-carbon hydrogen supply for large-scale blending and delivery in the gas system to decarbonize energy use in buildings and industry. Our priority is to build on our preliminary feasibility work to date that is summarized in the leftmost text box on this slide. Going forward, we plan to focus on these 3 key areas, and the increase in renewable gas and development O&M costs is mostly related to the activities shown in the 3 text boxes under the ongoing and planned hydrogen activities banner. Firstly, our planned BC gas system hydrogen study will focus on feasibility and technical assessment to inform our evolving strategy, roadmap plan, and blending targets. FEI intends to collaborate with the other gas system operators in British Columbia who are also planning their own hydrogen feasibility studies. This collaboration would result in one of Canada's first province-wide gas system hydrogen readiness projects. At Fortis, we are also designing a hydrogen roadmap to guide our utility planning and preparation to deploy hydrogen service. As we scale hydrogen, further tasks will likely need to be planned and executed on an iterative basis. Therefore, we anticipate that the hydrogen roadmap will be amended over time. Lastly, we continue to evaluate renewable gas supply opportunities in our northern, lower mainland, and interior service areas, including hydrogen production and third-party offtake supply opportunities. Our focus will be on technical and commercial due diligence and regulatory and permitting approvals. Moving on to my next slide 4. We believe our planned BC gas system hydrogen study will be important to inform the requirements to distribute hydrogen safely in the gas system to customers. FEI has received provincial funding to offset approximately 30% of our project costs. The province, the BCUC, and our technical regulators will be informed as key stakeholders as the project develops. We intend to start phase 1 of the project in early 2024 and focus on the low-pressure gas distribution system. And some of the key project deliverables are summarized in this slide graphic. Firstly, overall safety and reliability will be managed under FEI's existing risk management processes and will be evaluated as part of a dedicated hydrogen risk assessment. High-level findings from many international hydrogen safety programs are emerging and will be leveraged through industry collaboration. A component-level analysis will be completed to review and confirm pipeline and facility materials and equipment compatibility. And a system-level analysis will be completed to review gas supply requirements for fuel quality and interchangeability, including gas system capacity, planning and management. At the end use, we'll complete an analysis to review residential, commercial and industrial equipment and consider sensitive end users such as LNG and CNG for transportation. And based on these findings, FEI will develop an internal corporate hydrogen standard to qualify our gas supply service areas or sections of our service areas based on confirmed hydrogen blend limits. Our hydrogen standard will be updated over time to enable higher blend limits as industry knowledge and code standards and regulations develops. Moving on to slide 5. As part of our utility hydrogen planning and preparation at FEI, we're designing a roadmap plan that will act as a central tool to guide our execution of key tasks and initiatives. This will help deploy hydrogen service, and some of these are highlighted in this slide. Codes and standards development is critical, and FEI will continue to engage and lead change. For example, we participate on the Canadian Standards Association Hydrogen Task Force. Its mandate is to develop requirements for renewable gas and hydrogen, some of which are now codified in the latest Canadian oil and gas pipeline standard. Innovation is a priority in 2020, and we continue to work with UBCO and their H2 lab, which is BC's first innovation and testing centre for gas system blending. A recent highlight is the development of a simplified design concept for pipeline hydrogen injection mixing. And my colleague, Mr. Leyland, will speak to this next. With a focus on education, in 2024, we plan to set up a hydrogen demonstration, training and education centre, abbreviated H2DTEC, at our Surrey Operations Gas Lab. We hope this will assist with employee and stakeholder understanding around hydrogen. We also continue to partner with industry peers on hydrogen advancement initiatives. For example, the High for Home project is Canada's first industry initiative between 7 Canadian utilities to test specific appliances on hydrogen. And the results from this work will be material and have proven material to date in enabling hydrogen blending in existing gas appliances and equipment. We are also progressing BC's first project to demonstrate hydrogen blending in an isolated section of FEI's distribution system. In 2023, FEI was awarded approximately 40% funding from NRCan Clean Fuel Fund to offset our costs to progress design, project planning, and key stakeholder engagement. Finally, FEI is collaborating with Harmac Pacific on BC's first industrial hydrogen blending project on Vancouver Island. The graphic shown illustrates the proposed third-party hydrogen production facility located beside the existing FEI customer station. This is where the hydrogen will be blended. This project was awarded Clean BC and FEI Clean Growth Innovation Fund funding of approximately $3.3 million to progress project design, development, and execution. Moving on to my final slide 6. At Fortis, we continue to evaluate various renewable gas supply opportunities, and we continue to make progress towards a potential supply agreement in the 2024 to 2025 timeframe. We continue to work with a pulp mill that is planning to produce incremental lignin in their process to replace natural gas use on site. To enable this project, our focus is on progressing regulatory and permitting issues to enable the transaction and commercial terms for a lignin supply agreement. We are also progressing early-stage development feasibility work for green and industrial byproduct hydrogen, both production and third-party offtake supply opportunities in our northern, lower mainland, and interior service areas. One of our green hydrogen opportunities was awarded $5 million from the NRCan Clean Fuel Fund to progress front-end engineering design. We are also working with Hazer Group to progress early-stage technology development for an innovative, low-carbon hydrogen facility in BC using the Hazer methane pyrolysis process. This project was awarded $8 million by Clean BC to progress front-end development towards a potential final investment decision in 2025. The rendering to the left of this slide depicts the planned 400,000 gigajoule per year BC facility. FEI is currently working to optimize the project, including various aspects, including identifying a suitable project site location. Thank you, and this concludes my presentation. I will take questions at this time.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Quinn. Any questions for Mr. Quinn on the renewable gas development at FEI? I see Mr. Keene has some questions.
I was waiting for Mr. Weaver to jump up again, but it looks like it's just me so far. Good morning, panel. If we could turn back to slide 22, I'll start there. And we're just going to go to 3 places just to develop our understanding a little bit more of Fortis's activities in the hydrogen space.
I think I'm at slide 22, yes.
Yes, we're on the, figuratively and literally on the same page. The graphic we see there, that's the Hazer pilot project, is that right?
That's a rendering of the potential Hazer project.
Right. And that's a project that was that formerly had Suncor as a member, but Suncor is withdrawn. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And if we go back up to the second bullet point on that slide about hydrogen offtakes, I just want to understand how those costs are going to be flowed through to ratepayers and recovered. Are those automatically recovered because of the effect of the greenhouse gas reduction regulation? Is that right?
The greenhouse gas reduction regulation enables Fortis activities in hydrogen, syngas, and lignin and renewable natural gas. Turquoise hydrogen production, as is proposed with the Hazer project, is not currently enabled in the greenhouse gas reduction regulation, but the BC hydrogen strategy and subsequent documents issued by the province, such as the analysis of carbon intensity of hydrogen production in British Columbia, allude to the importance of turquoise hydrogen in BC. So Fortis is undertaking these front-end activities to investigate the feasibility of developing this project in BC. If we progress forward to the point of submitting an application to the Commission for this project, at that point in time we will explore the topics that you're bringing up regarding cost recovery, etc.
All right. So let's just, I'm going to go back over that. I think there were two answers in there, which are helpful, but I want to delineate those. So you spoke to turquoise hydrogen development opportunities, including the Hazer project, and those are currently not recoverable under the effect of the GGRR. Correct?
Correct.
All right. And then in terms of the other hydrogen offtake opportunities that second bullet alludes to, those are, as I understand it, recoverable under the GGRR without any further need for Fortis to demonstrate need to the Commission. Is that right?
Green and hydrogen is included specifically in the GGRR, yes.
Okay, thank you. And then, understanding that further need doesn't need to be shown given the effect of the GGRR, is there any process that Fortis plans on, whether in the next MRP or the next annual rate review, any process to demonstrate that those green hydrogen offtake projects are compliant with the guardrails in the GGRR? What's the process for that verification or scrutiny?
For green hydrogen and industrial hydrogen offtake or production, as stated in the GGRR, if Fortis progresses a production or offtake opportunity to a point in time where we need to submit an application to the Commission, at that point we will lay out or the approvals we are seeking and submit that. So generally, the process we follow today for renewable natural gas supply approval would also apply for green and industrial hydrogen as allowed for in the greenhouse gas reduction regulation. But we have not yet brought our first application to the Commission.
Right. So we don't have those details, we don't have the contract details. We can see the ongoing spending and development work, but those details remain to be seen. Fair?
Correct.
Okay. And is there any difference between what we've just talked about in the context of hydrogen offtake opportunities and green hydrogen production opportunities in that third bullet point we see on the slide? Does everything you just said apply to that bullet point as well, or is there any differentiation or exceptions that you need to identify?
The greenhouse gas reduction regulation enables the utility to produce or procure, which translates to production or offtake in my slide. So both options are enabled under regulation for green and industrial.
So there's a technical difference in terms of producing it yourself or buying it, but the legal process, the regulatory process is the same, yes?
We will have to discover precisely what that will be as we submit our first, hopefully, application for a production project at some point in the future and/or an offtake. But the potential for both are enabled in the greenhouse gas reduction regulation.
All right. And I think I saw this in the IR responses. Fortis hasn't undertaken any sort of call for tenders or public process inviting third parties to submit proposals or bids for the production of turquoise hydrogen, green hydrogen, other hydrogen. Is that right?
At this point, we have not undertaken a call to market.
All right. And I trust you plan to at some point?
The short answer will be yes, if that makes sense as part of our hydrogen procurement strategy as we go forward. But we are at the early stages of a nascent hydrogen market in British Columbia. So if that makes sense when we step into growing our hydrogen supply, yes, we would certainly consider that.
But you leave open the possibility that you may not go to market. Do I understand that correctly?
We may or may not, depending on the point in time. We seek out opportunities ourselves, and we also receive engagement from the wider industry who may be looking to Fortis as a potential off-taker.
Right. But you may or may not test the market of potential third-party hydrogen suppliers.
That will depend as we move forward.
Okay. Going back to that second bullet, can you tell us how many different offtake opportunities you're looking at?
I cannot speak to precisely how many. That is somewhat confidential, but we are considering a number of potential offtake supply opportunities.
Less than 10?
I think that would be a fair assessment.
More than 2?
We could potentially keep at this for quite a long period.
But it's not just one?
It's not just one.
Okay. So it's got to be 2 or more. And it's less than 10. All right. And for production, same question. What's the range?
Again, numerous opportunities.
Numerous, more than 10?
More than 1.
More than 1. You've got a different definition of numerous than I do. 5? Less than 5?
We are looking at multiple.
Multiple. Is 5 a confidential number? Is less than 5? Is that really a confidential range?
No, but I think multiple is perhaps sufficient to answer the question.
Well, let's leave that slide there for the moment. Panel, can I have you turn up Exhibit B-9 PDF, page 75? I don't know if we can get that on the screen or not. This is your response to CECIR 6.22. Just let me know when you're with me.
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay. So if I'm right, this chart that was provided in response to the CECIR flanges up, pardon the pun, to this slide a little bit, or at the very least those 2 bullet points we've been talking about. And it provides a response to a request for the costs of the FEI hydrogen production and offtake projects. And you've split those out into 2023 and 2024 categories, and then there's 2 further categories, looking at the horizontal rows in terms of offtake and production. And I just want to make sure that I'm reading this correctly. First question, it's in relation to the forecast non-labor resource activities to progress production project preliminary feasibility. It's a mouthful.
Yes.
What's the non-labor element intended to signify?
It's external contracted resources to assist with our ongoing activities.
Right. So are these consultant reports, or are these secondees or in-house contractors? Help me understand that.
Primarily consultants.
Okay, so consultant reports.
Yes.
Engineers, lawyers who are engineers, that sort of thing?
Multiple services, yes.
Okay. And if I read the chart correctly, maybe you can confirm or correct my paraphrasing, you've got $3.2 million being spent over the next 2 years looking into consultant reports dealing with Fortis production of hydrogen on the one hand, that's $3.2 million. And then you've got $200,000 in consultants looking at Fortis offtakes. That's right?
Correct.
Okay. At the very bottom of that chart, there's a mention there of a goal to advance 1 opportunity to definitive agreement. That's the pilot plant that you referred to in your earlier remarks, yes?
No.
No? What is that last bullet? The continue from 2023 with goal to advance 1 opportunity to definitive agreement. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong bullet. In the second row, There's the mention of the continued progress from 2023 with goal to reach final investment decision on a commercial pilot.
Correct. That refers to potentially the Hazer project.
That's the Hazer project?
Yes.
Okay. And so if we can stay on that, within that exhibit, but move up the page, we were on PDF 76. If we can go up to PDF 75 and look at the response to CEC IR 6.20, do you see that?
Yes.
And the request there was, please provide an approximation of the potential cost for a pilot project. And the response was that that FEI does not have an approximate cost for a pilot project at this time. You see that?
Yes.
And so that was provided on September 20th, right? So a month ago. And is that, was FEI's response there in contemplation of the Hazer project? Or are there other potential pilot projects in the works?
We do characterize our hydrogen blending pilot project as a pilot project, for example.
Okay. So how many, when you read pilot project there, how many pilot projects are in the works for FEI?
My previous slide to the one currently on the screen speaks to a blending pilot project.
Okay.
And an industrial blending pilot project. So we refer to those as pilot projects.
All right. So there's two. And then is the Hazer project also in that pilot project category?
We refer to it as a commercial pilot, but technically it's a slightly different category.
All right. So 3 pilot projects, but you can differentiate between industrial blending, commercial production, and then the other one. Yes? Okay. And can you give me, I don't need a confidential number, but can you give me bookend ranges of what those costs would be that ratepayers can expect to see in due course?
We, as per our response to CEC IR 620, we are not in a position to provide approximate costs for these projects at this point in time. We are currently at early stage development to understand what the project costs will be.
All right, so I asked for bookend ranges. Maybe you can give me either bookends or an order of magnitude between $10 and $50 million. Are any of those more than $50 million?
I would like to align with our response to 620, and that we're not currently at a stage to provide those numbers publicly.
Are you saying that you don't have any idea?
Work is underway internally to determine what the costs will be, but we have to complete our work first before understanding the estimated cost for these projects.
Okay. And I just want to spend some time on this a little bit because we might be talking past each other. I'm not asking for something that's confidential. And if you have a different objection to answering the question than confidentiality, by all means, let me know. And I'm not asking for a definitive number. I understand that that's not something that can be provided. It's just not there. But in terms of a general estimate, insofar as you've got work underway, insofar as there's going to be ratepayer funds going towards it, I imagine that's something you can put your mind to. And if you want to take that away as an undertaking, that's fine. But if there's
Sorry, Mr. Keene, if I may interrupt. I hesitate to rise and don't mean to interrupt, but
you just did.
I just did. I've let my friend go on for some time, but in my view, this is extending well beyond the scope of this annual review, which is focused on FEI's performance over the previous year and the 2024 revenue requirements. And in my submission, cost estimates for these pilot projects has no relation to that purpose. And I'd appreciate direction from the panel for Mr. Keene to move on.
I have to say, Mr. Bystrom has a point, because the O&M amounts attributable to the renewable gas activities are shown already, as we've seen in Mr. Ho's summary of the revenue requirement. So unless you've got an issue with the amount included in this year's, in 2024's O&M estimate, I suggest you move on.
I'm happy to move on, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Keene.
We're trying to associate the O&M cost with the ultimate capital cost. Maybe.
Well, maybe I can just stop you there. Are there any associated capital costs included on account of hydrogen for the 2022 own revenue requirement? Okay, thank you very much.
Panel, if I can turn you to Exhibit B8 and PDF 24. And this is the response to BCSEA 7.22. You're with me?
Yes.
Thank you. And so here, panel, we have a response to a BCSEA request to break down your hydrogen production activities or contemplated activities. And what I want to do is understand the difference between the last two columns. So the third column reads, for fuels, the volume of potential on-system and off-system supply, pre-commercial feasibility and due diligence underway, no commercial terms in place. And then the fourth column is for fuels, the volumes of prospective contracted supply to FEI. You with me? And is the difference between those two column headings contracted supply from third parties on the one hand, the fourth column, and then potential FEI production itself in the third?
No. Both of those columns speak to production, potential production supply, and potential offtake supply.
So the fourth column is offtake.
The fourth column may include offtake, may include production.
If it's, okay, help me. I'm not trying to trip you up here. If you've got contracted supply in the fourth column, how does that relate to production? And when you say production, I assume you mean FEI production as opposed to third-party production.
So the fourth column, the rows are labeled, the top row is labeled hydrogen production supply opportunities, and the second row from the top is labeled hydrogen offtake supply opportunities.
And so what's the difference between contracted supply in the fourth column and on-system and off-system supply, which is the third column?
The fourth column refers to what I would term near-term opportunities as pertains to a potential definitive agreement in the 2024 to 2025 time frame. The third column simply refers to our perspective of potential longer-term supply from a range of potential opportunities, including production and offtake.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. If we can stay in that exhibit and move then to PDF 24, please. That's where we are. PDF 14. And here we're looking at the response to BCSEA 7.4.1. You with me?
Yes.
And so this is a BCSEA question. It's asking about the concept of supplying hydrogen directly to industrial customers other than through the natural gas distribution system. And the sub-question is, would this hydrogen be produced by FEI? And then there's a long response. I won't read it. In the last sentence of the first paragraph, there's a mention that the low-carbon hydrogen could be produced by FEI. And then that's got a footnote. You with me? Footnote 2. And then footnote 2 reads, that this low-carbon hydrogen could be produced by FEI pursuant to the GGRR, prescribed undertaking number 6, and I think we've alluded to that earlier in our discussion. Or alternatively, the footnote continues, alternatively, FEI could apply to the BCUC to make a public interest determination. Can you unpack that last half of the footnote for me? What does FEI envisage in terms of a public interest determination request to the BCUC when it comes to producing hydrogen?
I'm going to interrupt again. I've also let Mr. Keene ask a number of legal questions already, and Mr. Quinn has done an admirable job, but I think a lot of these questions do have a legal component, which is inappropriate, and further prospective proceedings to get a CPCN or other approval are also outside the scope of this proceeding. And again, I would ask for direction for Mr. Keene to move on.
I have to say that there is a part of me that agrees with you, Mr. Bystrom, but that being said, I would be interested to hear Mr. Quinn's answer to Mr. Keene's question as to what your understanding of the public interest test may involve from a layman's perspective.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So maybe I can offer some assistance to Mr. Quinn. I believe the footnote is referring to where the offtake would not qualify as a prescribed undertaking under the GGRR, that we would file a different application with the BC Utilities Commission. So depending on the nature of the project, that could be a CPCN, or it could be a Section 71 application to acquire gas. And the need for the project and the costs and impact to customers and the customary parts that would be, in such an application would be, identified at that time, and the BCUC would decide on that application.
Mr. Slater, does that satisfy you, Mr.
Absolutely.
Keene?
Thank you, Mr. Slater. That was
Thank
very
you.
helpful. Panel, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Keene.
Anytime.
I think that's a given. All right, Mr. Andrews, you've been very patient. You're next.
Thank you. I'm going to move off hydrogen and over to the lignin gas, or non-gas, but categorized as a renewable gas. Can you explain to me what the generic process is that is involved in the incremental lignin volumes that would be, I understand, purchased in some way or acquired by Fortis?
I apologize. Could you repeat your name, please, so I can understand? Mr. Andrews.
Yes, my name is
apologies.
Bill Andrews.
Apologies, Mr. Andrews. I missed your name.
I'm counsel for the BC Sustainable Energy Association.
Thank you, Mr. Andrews, for your question. Firstly, in response, I assume you have perused FEI's response to your IR 7.11.
Yes.
Which speaks to lignin. So specifically in response to your question regarding incremental lignin, that simply refers to any lignin supply that Fortis may procure would need to be above and beyond or new lignin volume in addition to any lignin that an existing pulp and paper mill or pulp industrial facility in BC may currently be producing, if that makes sense.
Can we take that further? And I am referring to slide 22 in the deck. And I'll just quote the part that says the GGRR enables Fortis to acquire lignin supply that a BC pulp mill may decide to produce by investing in new on-site facilities to produce incremental lignin volumes that could be used to replace on-site natural gas consumption in the recovery boiler, or a different end-use application where black liquor would replace natural gas consumption. So I'm fairly familiar with how pulp mills create black liquor and recycle the chemicals, and I take it that there is an incremental quantity of lignin contemplated here. First of all, can you explain what would be the source of the incremental lignin? Is this like new fiber coming into the mill?
We, Fortis, are engaged with a potential lignin supplier, so the details are confidential at this point in time, but generally speaking, the response to your question is yes. Incremental lignin could be produced in the pulp process by virtue of capital investments in equipment to increase efficiency or increase the ability for the pulping process to extract more lignin from the pulping process that may otherwise have gone to waste or not been suitable for recovery. So in those instances where a potential supplier may invest in a way or a methodology or equipment to produce incremental lignin, and that lignin could be used on site to replace natural gas, then that concept, we believe, meets the requirements of prescribed undertaking in the GGRR and result in emissions reduction.
Okay, I'm not trying to, I don't have like a specific fault or anything I'm trying to expose, or I'm trying to understand. So I've been told in previous information requests that Fortis would purchase the incremental lignin. And so one aspect of my confusion here is, do we have Fortis purchasing lignin from the pulp mill and then selling the lignin back to the pulp mill? Excuse me, you're on mute.
Oh, I do apologize.
It's unmuted.
Oh, it should be unmuted. Okay. I'll get extra cozy with my microphone. Mr. Andrews, yes, is the response to your question, in that what you described meets the intent of the prescribed undertaking. That we are working our first potential lignin supply agreement, and both the technical and commercial and regulatory details are being investigated at this point in time. So we have yet to determine precisely the commercial construct and how the deal will work in terms of the transaction and billing and the concept you alluded to in terms of the utility purchasing and distributing lignin as it is spoken to in the prescribed undertaking.
Okay, thank you. Just to confirm then, lignin is not a gas, correct? Lignin is fiber that is burned in a recovery boiler to create heat energy.
Correct. I do believe lignin is defined in the greenhouse gas reduction regulation.
Well, I won't. I won't comment on that. I think those are my questions. I think your answers to Mr. Keene addressed a number of the points that I was going to follow up, and some of them I think are beyond scope in any event. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Craig, you're next.
Thank you. David Craig, Commercial Energy Consumers. I would like to describe my understanding of turquoise hydrogen and green hydrogen in terms of cost. And have you agree, if you can, that the approximate costs that I'm providing or cost differences are realistic and represent a good reason for why you would be looking at low carbon turquoise hydrogen. My information is that turquoise hydrogen based on pyrolysis would cost about $2 a kilogram for hydrogen, US dollars. And that green hydrogen produced with electrolysis has an approximate cost range of $4 to $6 per kilogram, US dollars. Can you comment that my perception that turquoise hydrogen has significant cost advantages is a good reason for pursuing low carbon hydrogen?
Thank you, Mr. Craig, for your question. I would agree, yes. Any pathway that results in the lowest cost, lowest carbon intensity gas certainly would be a motivation to pursue that over an alternative supply that may be of higher cost.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And one further question with regard to GHG emissions relative to low carbon turquoise hydrogen. One of the reasons that you characterize it as low carbon is that there are some GHG emissions potentially for turquoise hydrogen, and they are approximately 0.9 kilograms CO2 equivalent for the turquoise hydrogen. And I presume that that's part of the pyrolysis process, which requires significant heat. Can you confirm that my understanding is reasonable?
I don't think I'm fully informed to comment specifically on your note as to carbon intensity. My response would be that carbon intensity in terms of a renewable gas, especially from Fortis's perspective, is usually calculated on a project-by-project basis. It's jurisdiction and resource specific, but I would draw your attention to the recent report developed by the provincial government. It was on foot or to follow up to the BC hydrogen strategy. That new or latest report is called the Carbon Intensity of Hydrogen Production Pathways in BC. So it is specific to the BC jurisdiction and our resource availability here. And it does very clearly speak to the theoretical or potential carbon intensity for the production of low carbon hydrogen via methane pyrolysis in British Columbia.
That's excellent, thank you. And can you confirm whether or not that's on the record?
Just, sorry, Mr. Craig, I just wanted to add one thing just to provide some additional clarity to your question, is that, you know, whether a green hydrogen process or a turquoise hydrogen process, the resultant carbon intensity is influenced by the input fuels. And so in a turquoise hydrogen, there's electricity used for, process heat, for example. That would come with embedded carbon intensity in it, would be used to calculate the final carbon intensity of the hydrogen produced. And the same is true with green hydrogen. So it really depends on the technology and the process and the inbound carbon intensity of the fuels used to run the process. So as John or Mr. Quinn alluded to, we typically calculate those on a project-by-project basis because all those factors are different for each project. Thank you.
That's very helpful. And can the report that your witness was speaking to be provided on the record?
Yes.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Sorry, Mr. Craig. I take that's an undertaking then, Ms. Walsh?
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, Sarah Walsh here. We can take that as an undertaking, but perhaps, Mr. Quinn, if you could just state the name of the report, just so that we all know what you'll be providing, or else we can take that away and I can come back and state what that report would be if we're not sure what the name is at this point.
It's
on the transcript.
Yes, it's called the Carbon Intensity of Hydrogen Production Pathways in British Columbia.
Great. We can provide that as an undertaking.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Craig. All right. Any other questions for Mr. Quinn? Hearing none, thank you, sir. And now we can move on to Clean Growth Innovation Fund, please. Mr. Leyland.
Good morning, Madam Chair, panel, participants. My name is Mike Leyland, Manager of Innovative Initiatives at FortisBC. In my role, I help to provide oversight and management of the Clean Growth Innovation Fund. And I'm pleased to join you this morning to talk about the fund, share a bit of an overview, and highlight some of the projects we are currently supporting. The table on this slide details approvals and expenditures within the fund since inception. And the key takeaway from this table is how approvals have been escalating over the term of the MRP. After averaging about 1.7 million from 2020 to 2022, we are now projecting over $5 million in approvals this year, with a forecast of $8 million next year. Now, this is due to a number of factors, but two in particular I'd like to highlight. The first is an increased number of funding requests for projects that align with the objectives of the CGIF. And relatedly, the second factor is increased research and development in the clean technology space, and in particular, increased interest in low-carbon hydrogen and its potential for decarbonizing energy systems in a variety of ways. The table shown on this slide details the investment priorities for the CGIF and provides a breakdown of the funding that we are using to advance innovation. The grant funding provided through the CGIF is helping to advance the development of pre-commercial technologies that will have an emission-reducing benefit in BC and ultimately support maximizing both the use and the utility of the gas system for the benefit of FortisBC customers. Now, in the next few slides, I'd like to walk us through a few key projects from within these categories and give a bit of insight into the variety of initiatives that we are currently supporting. First up, in the production category, we have a company called G4 Insights. They are focused on developing and commercializing a proprietary pyrocatalytic hydrogenation reactor capable of processing both woody waste and agricultural waste and turning it into renewable natural gas. This particular project involves a scale-up of their existing bench-scale reactor by about a factor of 10 to a unit capable of processing about a ton of biomass per day, or the equivalent of several hundred gigajoules of renewable natural gas per year. This is still relatively small in the grand scheme of things, but is laying the groundwork for a further project, a future project, of a full build-out of a fully commercialized unit capable of producing several petajoules of renewable natural gas per day. Now, this particular technology is of strategic importance to FortisBC, given the vast amount of woody biowaste in the province and the potential to convert that to renewable natural gas. As outlined in the renewable gas potential study that we issued about a year and a half ago, there's estimated to be about 75 petajoules of potential renewable natural gas within the province if we can leverage that particular feedstock. So a very, very exciting project. The next project I'd like to talk about, and Mr. Quinn alluded to it earlier, is the work that we're performing with UBC Okanagan's Hydrogen Lab. Specifically, I'd like to highlight a little bit about Sub-Project 1, which is looking at the blending of hydrogen within the natural gas system. This is an important area of research, as hydrogen is naturally more buoyant than methane, and can pose some challenges when being introduced into the gas system. So the testing and innovation that is happening at the lab is unveiling potential new ways of injecting hydrogen into the system and potentially avoiding some of the more capital-intensive pre-blending approaches that are employed today. I think this is a really exciting project. It's a good example of how we're partnering with the university, performing real-world testing to understand this aspect of the value chain, and ultimately bring hydrogen onto our system. In the end-use category, I'd like to highlight two projects. The first is a study that was completed in partnership with both BC Hydro and the province to look at our greenhouse growers and emission reduction opportunities for them. They are a relatively energy-intensive customer segment, and they are exposed to a portion of the carbon tax currently. Given the international markets that they operate in, they are effectively price takers and are very, very sensitive to increases in the inputs for producing fruits and vegetables and flowers. This study included an examination of low-carbon heating options, including both the use of renewable natural gas, as well as the use of combined heat and power systems to produce both heat and offset electricity costs. It also included an emerging technology review, looking at energy storage, carbon capture, energy efficiency, and I think it's a great example of how we're collaborating with a variety of stakeholders, like I mentioned, BC Hydro and the province, to help advance a low-carbon future for this particular customer segment. This study has now been completed, and we are currently in discussions about a potential follow-on project that may involve some demonstrations and pilots of some of the technologies that were discussed in this first report. The second project I'd like to highlight has come to us by way of our involvement in the Natural Gas Innovation Fund and relates to a company based out of Alberta called Gradient Thermal, who are focused on developing a residential furnace capable of operating on hydrogen-enriched natural gas with blends ranging anywhere from 0 to 100%. Projects like this one are critical to helping enable customer end use of hydrogen, especially for those potential 100% hydrogen hubs that we will very likely see one day. The next project I'd like to highlight is within the carbon capture category, and specifically a project we have underway right now with Geoscience BC and UBC's Carbon Lab. This particular project involves a pilot-scale demonstration of the injection of carbon dioxide into underground rock formations known as ultramafic rock. These rock formations have the potential to react within the carbon, within the CO2, and permanently mineralize it in solid form. What's shown on the slide here are some of the locations within the province where these rock formations exist. And this particular project will help us better understand the sequestration potential that currently exists in BC for this kind of carbon storage. Interestingly enough, one of the potential locations for this pilot is actually located in close proximity to the Coquihalla Highway. So relatively close to some of our major load and emission centers here in the Lower Mainland. And there's an actual opportunity for FortisBC to potentially provide the CO2 to ultimately be injected into these rock formations as part of this project. This technology could also provide other options for FortisBC for carbon capture, say to enable a blue hydrogen production project, or also for any of our customers that are trying to reduce emissions. So very, very exciting work. The last category I'd like to discuss is our general low carbon category, and specifically our involvement with the Low Carbon Resource Initiative, also known as LCRI. LCRI has come about as a result of work between two organizations, the Electric Power Research Institute and the Gas Technology Institute, two of the preeminent North American research institutions in the gas and electric space. And they've really come together under a recognition that we are going to need to leverage both energy systems in order to achieve our decarbonization objectives. Now, our participation in LCRI gives us access to technology white papers, other information on various technologies that are coming out, but also access to in-house researchers who are part of LCRI. I've highlighted a couple studies on this particular slide. The first one on the left, the net zero to 2050 economy-wide decarbonization scenario, although it does note US, does have applicability for us at FortisBC here. We may not have as much in common with certain jurisdictions like Arizona, but we certainly do have things in common with other locations in the US, say some of the north and northeastern states. This particular report, and I'll share a couple of key findings from it, really focused on the importance of optionality to both enable affordability and help us achieve our decarbonization objectives. And to the extent that we limit options for customers on which energy system they use is likely to drive higher costs in the long term. I've highlighted another study up here on the state of technology around methane pyrolysis. As we heard earlier, this is a very key technology for us and its potential to help us both transport and produce low-carbon hydrogen. And the other technology update noted on low-carbon fuel pathways for maritime is clearly of relevance to BC, given our coastal location. So lastly, I'd like to touch on next steps for the CGIF as we prepare to enter 2024 and the end of this MRP. We expect to continue to approve projects through to the end of 2024 under the CGIF. And to be abundantly clear, we will not be approving any new expenditures for the CGIF after the end of 2024. Despite this, the nature of these projects is that they are often several-year initiatives, and our contributions are tied to specific project milestones. So what this means is we will still be making project contributions for projects that have been approved during this term of this MRP, still making those contributions for a couple more years after 2024, likely out to 2028. That all being said, as part of our next rate application, and as per the terms of this MRP decision, we will be reporting out on the remaining balances within the CGIF and proposing a methodology to return those funds to customers. This concludes my presentation. I'm now available to take any questions.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Leyland. Are there any questions for Mr. Leyland on the Clean Innovation Fund?
See, we've got a couple online, it looks like.
All right. Let's take a look. Yes, Mr. Andrews, you're first.
Thank you. Mr. Leyland, I'll make a reference here to the application itself, Exhibit B1, PDF page 102. I'm sure you're familiar with this generally. It talks about how Fortis will return any unused balance in the fund and that Fortis is preparing an upcoming multi-year rate plan application. My question, going back to your slide 25 and 26, where you've got portfolio on slide 25, portfolio approvals, forecast 2024. First of all, just in that specific number, is the $8 million there cumulative or specific to 2024?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Andrews. The $8 million shown on that particular slide, and I'm sorry I'm having some trouble with the clicker here, but I know the table you're referring to. That is specific to 2024. It is not cumulative.
Okay, and then on the next slide, on slide 26, there's a total of 8.574 under the heading approved grants. Is that cumulative? Like, is there any connection between 8 million on slide 25 and 8.574 on slide 26?
Mr. Andrews. No, to be clear, this represents the approved funding through the CGIF, so there is no connection to the $8 million forecast shown for 2024, as none of those projects have yet been reviewed or approved.
Sorry, so slide 26 is projects that have not been approved?
No.
Because, sorry, Sarah Walsh here. So there might be, because I can tell this is definitely could be a bit confusing, but the other thing that might be helpful to look at it for this discussion is if we actually go to the application, table 10-9, which was it's the same table from slide 26. So that's page 95 of the application. So You can see, Mr. Andrews, are you there, or do you want me to wait 1 second?
I have a table on page 90, PDF page 97 of Exhibit B1, B2.
Okay,
Table 10.1 BVA rate rider account.
Sorry, yeah, if you go to table 10-9, and that's PDF page 105.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, I've got it.
Yeah.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, so that's I distinctly remember this table. So if you look at the footnote 68 to the heading on table 10-9, it's explaining what the 8.574 million represents.
Thank you, and I think I get that point now. So with that information, my question is, can you give us a general sense of, if you take the approvals to date and the forecast approvals for 2024, as an order of magnitude, what are we talking about in terms of leftover unspent funds in the CGIF that would be the subject of potential return to customers? In other words, are we talking like it's going to be negligible, or is there a substantial amount of money involved there?
Thank you, Mr. Andrews, for the question. I can't do the math in my head right now. I would hesitate to characterize it as substantial, especially considering that we've only provided a forecast for 2024, which we may exceed due to some of the factors I noted earlier on in my presentation. I also note there is a lag between approvals and expenditures. So once a project is approved within the portfolio, there's still the remaining steps of executing a contribution agreement with the proponents, which can often take some time, up to 6 months to a year in some instances. So there can be a bit of a lag, and that might be some of the confusion with respect to this previous table on slide 25.
Well, I think that's fair enough for this point. I take it we'll look forward to the discussions about the next multiple year rate plan in terms of any kind of replacement or extension of the CGIF, if that's what Fortis has in mind. So those are my questions. Thank you.
Andrews, I do have a follow-up question, though, to Mr. Leyland about this, because as I understand your slide 32, you're going to cut off any approved or requests for new portfolios by the end of 2024, which presumably captures the $8 million that you're forecasting to spend. But then you expect that out of those approved projects, you're going to have funding commitments that continue all the way through to 2028. Do I take it that you're putting in all those costs that extend from 2024 to 2028 in your $8 million estimate, or is that going to come from somewhere else?
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. No, those funds would come from the $8 million forecast.
Even though you may not be dispersing them until 2028, as late as 2028, is that correct?
Correct, Madam Chair. As I noted previously, our contributions through the fund are tied to specific project milestones, and these projects do take a number of years. And so payment of our funding isn't issued until those milestones have been met, and we are satisfied with the results.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Leyland on the clean growth? Oh, I see Mr. Ryle. You have your hand up, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to venture into that math that Mr. Leyland wanted to try to avoid, but so this is better shown in Table 10-7 of the main application, which is on PDF page 102, and I have it in front of me. I'm not sure if it's available to the commission and the participants in the hearing room, but it looks like there's going to be a closing balance of $8.655 million in the Innovation Fund at the end of 2024. Is that correct?
Find the table. Yes, that's correct. Yep.
Okay, thank you. But to get to that closing balance, you are also planning on recovering from customers through the rate rider $5.229 million in 2024?
Sorry, that is correct.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry, the commission staff have to keep muting your microphone, so when you start, I don't quite catch the beginning of the answer. But so that's correct. That includes those rate rider recoveries. So if you were to not recover any of those, if you cease the rate rider in 2024, would you still have a balance in the fund, even accounting for all the funding commitments you have out to 2028?
Potentially, and as noted earlier, the $8 million we're forecasting in 2024 is just that, a forecast. Given the momentum we're seeing in the fund and the increased number of applications we're receiving, there's a chance we may exceed that $8 million. You know, for us to say that, yeah, we don't need the rate rider for next year could be premature. And the terms of this MRP's decision, you know, did provide for predictable levels of funding over the course of the MRP.
Okay.
It's I'll just jump into Mr. Riel. It's Sarah Walsh here. Yeah, I mean, our position is that, you know, we think that it makes the most sense for the fund to run its course as it was approved as part of the MRP decision. You know, any unused amount that's in the fund at the end, when we come forward with our proposal in the next multi-year rate plan, you know, that amount that if we propose to return it to customers, will be used to offset rates in the future. You know, we're already proposing rate mitigation measures as part of the 2024 annual review in other ways. So we strongly believe that the fund should continue for the duration of the MRP term as it was approved.
Okay. Can you give, maybe this is math that's going a bit too far on the microphone, but in terms of how much, beg your pardon, $8.655 million of the balance in the fund at the end of 2024, if those funds were to be distributed back to customers in the following year, what kind of a rate decrease would that look like?
This is Sarah Walsh here. If you'd like, we can take that away as an undertaking. However, I mean, one thing I would point out is that, you know, we'll look at returning any unused balance as part of the next rate application, and at that time, you know, we would propose different options for how to return it. So, you know, one option could potentially be to return it all in 1 year. So, I mean, I guess what I'm saying is that we could provide that for you as an undertaking, but this is certainly a topic that we will be exploring in the next rate plan and different scenarios. So I'm just wondering if it might be best to wait till that time.
I appreciate that it is for the next rate plan to make that decision, but earlier today we've been talking about the rate mitigation that you are proposing in terms of the GCOC and the amount that you're going to be recovering from customers in future years, which again could be decided in the next year's rate plan. It seems like this is an offset. This would offset some of that. And I'm wondering whether, similar to how you're providing, you've provided some options on those on a 1 year, 2 year, 5 year, whether something similar could be provided in this proceeding with respect to refunding those amounts.
Just a couple of points to add. So, you know, the way that I do the simple math on this, probably not as accurate, but
You know, the recoveries from customers are about $5 million a year. The projections, if you add them up on the slide that Mr. Leyland had up, are, you know, just over $20 million. So there's something, you know, approximately $4.5 to $5 million there. You know, rough math is about 0.5%. But I think to Sarah's point, one of the other things to consider here is that the way that we've proposed the rate increase of 8%, that money, if we did not collect it from customers, would simply, and we left the rates at 8%, would simply reduce the deferral balance and then benefit rates in future years as that deferral is amortized. So it really depends. But overall, you know, just a bit more background there on the amount. And again, it would be our preference to carry on with the program, given, as Mr. Leyland said, it is a forecast at this time, through to the end of when it was approved in the MRP period.
Anthony Ho here from FortisBC. Just to add to the math here. If you look at table 10-7 of the applications, yes, we do have a balance of about $8.655 million, but that was based on additions, including the 5.773 and also the rider recovery. However, if you look at table 10-8, so the first row is the approval, and the second row is expenditure, and you can see the last, like the second row, the last column is the 5773. So just to clarify, just to give you the number is that right now we have committed in terms of approval about 19 million. And so if we don't have the rider recovery for 2024, we would not have enough balance to pay for the remaining committed amount. So the remaining committed amount, by my math, is roughly about 6.7 million. So right, you can see there, if we had we not included the 2024 rider recovery of the 5.229 million, there would be not enough for the remaining committed forecast 8 million.
Okay, thank you for that. So that actually is very helpful. So the gross additions on table 10-7, you potentially have approvals that exceed that amount. That would be, and that's the funding commitments expected through 2028. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that.
Those are all your questions, Mr. Ryle?
I believe so. Let me just do the only, so the, you clarified that you won't be approving anything more beyond the end of 2024, and therefore the only funding you will need to retain in the fund would be for those commitments that you've made by the end of 2024. So I think I have those answers, so I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right. So, Mr. Leyland, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now we're turning to
Mr. Wong and Ms. Malagaspe. Let's talk about service quality indicators.
And I suspect Mr. Wong's going to tell us that we've saved the best for the last, right?
Well, I've done this.
Mr. Wong?
I've done this for a number of years. I think you know me quite well. So I know this is noon, so I'm gonna around noon, so I'm going to say good afternoon. Actually, my name's James Wong, Director of Budgeting and Strategic Initiatives. For the service quality indicators, today I'll be providing a brief summary of the 2020 to-date results for the suite of SQIs in the current MRP, and also the 2022 final results, 2022 being the third year of the MRP. Consistent with Order G4416, where the BCUC determined it was appropriate to review FEI service quality for a year in the following year's annual review, today we are reviewing the 2022 full year results. For the final evaluation of the performance for the year 2023, that will be completed when we set rates for 2025, when actual complete SQI results for 2023 are known. Now, as an overall summary for 2022, for the 9 SQIs with benchmarks, 7 performed at or better than the approved benchmark. 2 of the SQIs, meter reading accuracy and telephone service factor, non-emergency performance, were lower than the threshold. Brooklyn Malagaspi, my colleague, will discuss and provide more details later on. And for the 4 SQIs that are informational only the average speed of answer results in 2022 were higher, while performance for the other 3 metrics generally remain at levels consistent with prior years. Following are further details about the performance of the customer SQIs and the safety and reliability SQIs. As you can see on this slide, presented here are the 2021 and 2022 annual results and the August 2023 year-to-date results for the customer SQIs. For 2022, under the current MRP, the performance of the suite of customer metrics with benchmarks indicate that service quality levels were met, with the exception of meter reading accuracy and telephone service factor, non-emergency. For the 2 SQIs that are informational only, the average speed of answer performance was higher, with customer satisfaction remaining at levels consistent with prior years. And for 2023, under the current MRP, provided here are the August 2023 year-to-date results, which is an update to the June results included in the application. Now, the August 2023 year-to-date results are consistent with the June 2023 year-to-date results included in the application. The telephone service factor, non-emergency year-to-date, improved to meeting the benchmark of 70% from the 67% reported in June. Average speed of answer on a year-to-date basis also improved from 88 seconds to 74 seconds by August. Now, as to the overall performance in 2023, the August 2023 year-to-date results indicate that the company's overall performance in this category to date meets service quality requirements. Both meter reading accuracy and the telephone service factor are meeting the benchmark on a year-to-date basis. My colleague Brooklyn in her presentation will be discussing the reasons for the observed performance and the actions the company is undertaking to maintain the performance. Presented here are the 2021 and the 2022 annual results and the August 2023 year-to-date results for the safety and reliability SQIs. For 2022, under the current MRP, the performance of the suite of safety and reliability metrics with benchmarks indicate that overall service quality levels were met. Now, for the 2 SQIs that are considered informational only, performance generally remain at levels consistent with prior years. And for 2023, under the current MRP, provided here are the August 2023 year-to-date results, which is an update to the June results included in the application. There's essentially been no change from June to August. As to the performance so far in 2023, the August 2023 year-to-date results indicate that the company's overall performance in this category meets service quality requirements. At this point, I'd like to pass it over to Brooklyn to provide some more details and discussion on the customer metrics, meter reading accuracy, and telephone service factor, non-emergency.
James. Hi, everyone. My name is Brooklyn Malagaspi. I am the Manager of Customer Experience Business Performance at FortisBC. As James mentioned, I'm going to walk you through the factors that impacted 2 of our service quality indicators that were below threshold for the 2022 period: meter reading accuracy and telephone service factor. I will also address impacts to our average speed of answer, which is an informational indicator. Over the next few slides, I will discuss the broader impacts of health and safety measures, the labor market, severe weather events, and customer behavior changes that impacted our SQIs. Meter reading accuracy in 2022 was below threshold at 88%. Factors that impacted the result included broader health and safety measures, the labor market, and severe weather. I will first explain how the impact of the broader health and safety measures impacted FEI's meter reading accuracy metric, as shown in the leftmost column of the slide. On March 18, 2020, the BC government declared a state of emergency due to the COVID-19 pandemic and enacted several health and safety measures throughout the province. The majority of these measures ended as of June 30th, 2021. Measures that remained in place after that date began to ramp down in 2020 and into the early part of 2023. As FEI has addressed in prior annual review proceedings, private companies like Olameter and FortisBC were adversely impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic and enacted internal health and safety measures. These measures remained in place in 2022 in response to subsequent variants of COVID-19 that affected our Olameter staff, including the Delta and Omicron variants in 2021 and Omicron variants in 2022. These measures included physical distancing and enhanced hygiene requirements, as well as self-isolation protocols. FortisBC has also had capacity limits within its facilities, including limiting Olameter meter readers in our muster stations and not being allowed to enter any FortisBC facility if they were feeling sick. This measure was in place until the end of May 30th, 2022, where we removed capacity limits at our facilities. Manual meter reading is not something that can be done remotely, which means at times meter readers were unable to safely obtain meter reads when physical distancing was required. In particular, Olameter protocols required meter readers to exercise caution and err on the side of no contact when accessing meters beyond gates in small spaces or in common spaces. Olameter continued to experience staffing challenges throughout the remainder of 2022, including periods where subsequent variants of COVID-19 affected their employees. This led to an increase in the amount of bill estimates, thereby negatively impacting FEI's meter reading accuracy metric. Next, I will discuss the labor market impacts FEI's meter reading accuracy had, which is shown in the center of the slide. While impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic were still being felt, Olameter also started to be impacted by challenges in the labor market. These challenges were not unique to Olameter, but were felt across BC and Canada, where job vacancies nearly doubled in both 2021 and 2022 compared to the pre-pandemic vacancy rates. For Olameter, a low unemployment rate reduced availability of workers, creating challenges at times of retaining and hiring qualified staff. Olameter also experienced periods of time where it had high turnover, resulting in shortage of workers. Due to the overall labor market conditions, which then increased the number of estimated meter reads and was not able to obtain actual reads for all routes. The third factor that impacted Olameter was severe weather experienced across the province, which is shown on the rightmost column of the slide. The unpredictability and domino impacts of severe weather impacted Olameter's ability to safely read meters and increase the number of estimated meter reads. Some examples of weather events that affected FortisBC in 2022 and 2023 include, first, an extended period of extreme cold in December of 2021, which had impacts into our first quarter of 2022. The second, a significant winter storm at the end of 2022, referred to as a polar vortex, that led to extreme cold and snowstorms across British Columbia that lasted for about 5 days. The extreme cold that first started in December of 2021 had an immediate effect on the meter reading accuracy, as meter readers were not able to safely read meters into the early part of 2022. The severe weather caused a domino effect on customer bills from the estimated reads and call volume that I'll discuss on the next slide. In 2022, Olameter contended with the broader health and safety measures and an extremely challenging labor market impacting its ability to hire and retain staff, as well as severe weather events. Some of these challenges took place concurrently, further increasing the number of meter reading estimates, which has the potential to impact access to accurate and timely consumption information, which supports informed energy decisions of our customers. I will now discuss the impacts that affected our 2022 telephone service factor for non-emergency, which ended the year below threshold at 62%. Starting with the left column, FortisBC, like Olameter, was impacted by the challenging labor market conditions. As mentioned in the previous slide, these challenges were not unique to Olameter or FEI, but rather were felt across BC, Canada, and other contact centers, where job vacancies nearly doubled in both 2021 and 2022 compared to the pre-pandemic vacancy rates. The associated low unemployment rate reduced availability of skilled workers, creating challenges for our contact centers that were beyond our control when it came to retaining and hiring qualified staff. The job vacancy rate continues to remain high in 2023 when compared to pre-pandemic levels. Although attrition is a normal and expected within our contact centers, changes in the labor market impacted our attrition above our forecasted and historical levels, as job vacancy rates nearly doubled. This created difficulties for FEI to retain and hire qualified staff. High turnover can lead to a decrease in our telephone service factor and average speed of answer, because the utility is left with fewer resources and fully trained employees to answer customer inquiries. As noted in the application, it can take approximately 12 months to fully train employees to support all customer inquiries. The domino effects of severe weather that I discussed on the previous slide impacted customer bills and call volumes, which negatively impacted our TSF. First, an increase in meter read estimates from Olameter, resulting from them not being able to safely obtain meter reads in December of 2021 due to weather-related access challenges, impacted customer bills in 2022. Second, severe weather also tends to increase customers' usage. Without an actual meter reading, can result in the customer receiving a delayed actual billing usage and a surprise bill increase. This is due to the timing of an estimated read, as the system generates consumption estimated to that specific customer's usage and is based on their recent consumption, which might not reflect the change in consumption. These two impacts can cause the customer to first inquire about an estimated read, and then again when an actual read is obtained, and the higher than expected usage, resulting in a high bill being delayed. Some customers may also require payment arrangements where a bill is higher than anticipated and they are unable to be paid within the billing period. The impact of severe weather events on FEI's SQIs, including TSF, are also heightened as they happen concurrently with our peak demand season, which includes the early part of the year. During this first quarter in 2022, we received an increase in calls above forecasted amounts due to the severe weather that began at the end of 2021. This impacted our ability to answer calls within the forecasted service level, which impacted the TSF metric and in turn increased our average speed of answer. The third impact to our TSF in 2022 were changes in customer behavior around call patterns. Every year we go through an extensive process of resource planning to forecast call volumes down to the week, day, and interval. in order to meet our SQIs for the year and maintain a quality of service for our customers. Normal fluctuations can and do happen within the year and during our biweekly scheduling, but are generally small. Since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, we have seen changes in call patterns during these intervals and days that no longer align with previous customer behavior. We have limited visibility as to why customers are calling in at different times, but this, along with the labor market impacts I discussed earlier, has made it difficult to accurately forecast call volume intervals. Inaccuracy in call volume forecasts can impact the number of resources we have available to answer customer inquiries. In summary, our 2022 non-emergency TSF metric was impacted by a challenging labor market, severe weather events, and customer behavior changes. Some of these impacts occurred simultaneously, creating a domino effect and impacting our performance. In order to help mitigate the impacts of the broader health and safety measures, the labor market, severe weather, and customer behavior changes, which impacted both meter reading accuracy and our telephone service factor in 2022, we have put in the following preventative and mitigation efforts. Starting with the preventative measures that you can see on the right-hand side in blue, we have been focusing on, as discussed in our information response to Move Up IR1 3.4, we're focusing on ways to reduce the rate of contact center employee attrition by making improvements to our recruitment process, improving retention through different forms of employee recognition, and continuing to collect feedback from our employees. We've also accelerated the frequency of hiring based on an increase in attrition. Rather than waiting for a larger class size, we're proactively hiring throughout the year to mitigate attrition and ensure we continue to have enough resources available to answer all customer inquiries. We have had some success with this mitigation, but continue to experience challenges due to the labor market. Focusing on first contact resolution ensures our overall service to customers is maintained, reducing call volumes as customer inquiries are resolved in one contact. This is achieved through coaching and development time for our employees and managers. The last prevention effort is proactive outreach. We have continued to implement the following preventative measures that were put in place in 2021 and as described in our response to BCUC IR1 19.2, we continue to proactively reach out to customers who have had multiple estimates in a row to determine if a customer read is available. And with customers who have been noticed as hard to access meters, we have arranged for special reads to be completed and to continue to work with the customer for future access issues. We're also continuing to closely work with Olameter, including daily touch points with their frontline staff, as well as weekly and monthly meetings between Olameter and FEI's frontline leadership. While FortisBC has limited ability to influence the meter reading accuracy, we have seen an improved performance during 2022 and into 2023 from these mitigation efforts. These measures are still in place today to ensure overall customer satisfaction and service quality is maintained. With respect to the mitigation efforts that you can see on the left-hand side in yellow, we continue to utilize overtime to help with unplanned events. The use of overtime fills in unplanned scheduling gaps to ensure resources are available to answer our customer inquiries and maintain telephone service factor. In particular, overtime can be used in situations where we find an immediate need to extend hours due to an unexpected increase in call volumes or staffing issues such as an increase in absences or possible weather events. Overtime can also be used for prevention of identified scheduled gaps due to attrition of new staff and hired until we have new staff hired and trained to answer customer inquiries. Overtime and extra hours are offered once a schedule is published in these circumstances. Finally, we offer our customer services such as callback option and self-serve options for customers calling in during high volume periods. Self-serve features include options such as our IVR, which is our interactive voice response system, which allows customers to easily and quickly obtain their account balance, find out their last payment, and also enter a meter reading. In addition, we also have FortisBC's Account Online portal where customers can report a payment or make a payment arrangement, as well as they have access to information on our FortisBC website. These mitigation and prevention measures have been put in place since 2021 and have helped mitigate impacts to our overall service quality indicators. We believe the lower than threshold performance of meter reading accuracy and telephone service factor are transitory. The mitigation and prevention measures we put in place in 2021, which remain in place today, have over time helped reduce impacts from severe weather events, the labor market, and customer behavior changes, as well as the broader health and safety measures which are winding down. Our customers continue to receive excellent customer service through continued performance of our first contact resolution and our customer satisfaction index. And we expect to maintain both meter reading accuracy and telephone service factor in 2023. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have now.
Are there any questions with respect to service quality indicators? All right, hearing none, thank you very much for your presentation. Yeah, or there is, sorry, Mr. Ryle, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If we can go back to the previous slide, slide 41. Thank you. How do you determine your customer satisfaction? Are those done through customer surveys?
Yes, so our customer satisfaction index is done on a quarterly basis, and the numbers are actually provided in the application. It's one of our service quality indicators. And it's through survey, sorry.
Okay, thank you. And do you ask questions on that would pertain to each of the service quality indicators?
No, the customer service satisfaction index measures, I'm going to have to lean on one of my partners up here. It leans on a few different categories and measures things from meter reading to our operations. And
this is James Wong from FortisBC. In the application on page 157 spells out the areas measured. They include scores for satisfaction with energy conservation and satisfaction with customer contract metrics, contact center metrics, I should say.
Okay, thank you. Can we go back to slide 38, I guess, please? And this is talking about the meter reading accuracy. Did Olameter end up paying any penalties to Fortis in 2022?
Yes. One second. So yes, Olameter did pay penalties in 2022, and this was outlined in our response to BCUC IR 19.3.2, where we specified the amount, which was about $285,000.
Okay, thank you. I wasn't sure. Yeah, I saw that number. I wasn't sure that was for 2022 because it was very similar to the 2021 number. Okay, thank you. And if I may be permitted to ask a few more questions, Madam Chair.
Please go ahead.
Can we go to slide, thank you. Can we go to slide, I guess, 35, please? So you have service quality indicators separately provided on these two slides, 35 and 36. And on this slide, they are labeled customer. On slide 36, they're labeled safety and reliability. Would another word for customer on this slide, would that be, could that be called adequate service?
This is James Tong. I think implied in this whole SQI and the purpose of SQIs is the expectation of an adequate level of service as defined by the benchmark. So I wouldn't quite necessarily agree with your characterization of the words that you use. I think that the word customer SQIs is an appropriate characterization in that it represents certain metrics in terms of customer service.
So it's
sorry, just the Sarah Walsh. I just wanted to also say that it's to pointing to the section heading in the application, because I'm guessing customer SQIs was also used for the purposes of this presentation slide, but it says responsiveness to customer needs in the application.
Okay, thank you. Would, sorry, Mr. Wong's comment was that I think all of these SQIs relate to providing adequate service. I don't want to mischaracterize you, but would you then describe that both slides meeting threshold would be akin to providing adequate service?
Under the current interpretation as outlined in the consensus recommendation, adequate performance is defined and anything above the threshold and between the benchmark also.
Okay, and then so if you're not meeting threshold on a service quality indicator, that could be interpreted as the company is not providing adequate service.
Really, again, I'll refer you to the consensus recommendation, which was provided in response to RCIA 5.2, in which it outlines the consensus recommendation and how to interpret that. And as part of the response, we provided reference to how the BCUC interpreted performance below the threshold. Clearly, an absolute indication of inadequate performance, or what we call serious degradation of service. It is the start of the discussion in which the circumstances will be presented by the company for the BCUC to consider.
So you're drawing the distinction between adequate or inadequate service, but that's different than a serious degradation of service.
For the purposes of the consensus recommendation, the more consistent term to use is degradation of service. What you've indicated is perhaps how you may characterize in terms of adequate service.
I don't want to put words in Fortis's witnesses' mouths, but realistically, what the threshold actually does is to establish a minimum level of service below which the BCUC has the ability to levy penalties. That's probably more accurate description of what that threshold actually is designed to do. It's got nothing to do with adequacy of service.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, I think those are my questions.
Mr. Rao. Mr. Quayle, you get the last word.
I'll just be brief. Words really more in the manner of a comment. I think this is the first year I can remember when I haven't been here peppering the utility over, in particular, the call center metrics. Bottom really fell out a couple of years ago, and we do note there's been significant improvement. Just putting folks on notice, we'll be watching closely to make sure that this is maintained. I'll leave it at that. That's all I've got. I do agree strongly with the way, Madam Chair, that you characterized the threshold and benchmark mechanism. That's it.
Agreeing to my interpretation of that. right. Are there any other questions from anybody else for any of our panel members? All right, hearing none, I just want to take the opportunity to thank all the members of the FEI panel for coming forward and giving your presentations. I know it's not an easy job and it takes a village, but I want to thank in particular Ms. Walsh, Mr. Ho, Ms. Malagaspi, Mr. Leyland, and Mr. Wong, and Mr. Quinn for participating on the panel, and to those from FEI who's not on the panel but nonetheless stepped up and answered our questions. Really appreciate it. And wish you all a good rest of the day. And for those who are coming back, I hope you enjoy your lunch. And we'll be back here at 1:30 for the FBC annual review for 2024. So thanks all. And to all the interveners as well. Thanks for coming bright and early at 8:30 this morning. And we really appreciate your participation in this annual review, which makes our job as the adjudicators much easier. So much appreciated to everyone. Have a great rest of the day.